shall we say, 8 hours? Or 7 even? Although I will say this, just kind of blatantly, Diamond Destruct needs a subscription to the channel. I suppose. Okay, well, good. But remember, this is supposed to be a fun event, not forcing people to spend money they don't have. That's the, like, important bit here. And also, I would be totally okay with going to bed early tonight, so if it ends, that's fine with me. We're gonna put a marker in the chat, and it's time for you guys to say hi, YouTube. Oh god, an unexpected has occurred. Try again. Okay, I guess I will refresh my chat. I think I've just had all these windows up for too long because they're all starting to not work. Thank you, Jam Jalopy. 6 months of tier 1. Hot damn. Well, golly Jesus. I wonder if that counts as 1 to the... Okay, so did the timer count that as 1 or did the timer count that as 6? What's up, Pixel? You beat me to it. Certainly feels like it should have been more. I'm fine with this. But thank you. There you go. There's the others. There's the other 5. Paulbo Brookins. That's a fun name to say. Thanks for the 5-pack. So we kind of did a bit of a redesign here. And I seem to have created unthawable ice. I built floor over ice. Poured lava over top of it, on top of the floor. Then mined out the thing on the ice underneath it. And now I have what seems to be unmeltable ice. So that's cool. Which means maybe we'll have a perma ice floor. And it's kind of neat. Anyway, so I did a little redesign down here, and this is what we're currently working on. We are trimming out the edges of this around, and this is going to be the shape that we're going to dig down versus the initial design of kind of the more circular thing. I'm going to go with this bigger square to give us more working space and make it larger because this is all like the plan for this is going to be the entrance to the fort. So they're going to go up ramps on either side of this into a tower and then go down a spiral ramp, which is going to take them down into probably around down here, maybe-ish area, and then walk into the fort. And my defense is literally going to be, I'm going to drop this drawbridge down and douse the entire spiral staircase all the way down in lava, which is then going to get ejected off the side of the map. That is actually my plan. And there's enough pressure in this that I can launch lava from like here to about here almost instantly with this current setup. So... And also, the reason I say Diamond deserves a subscription to this channel is because Diamond is kind of the person behind the whole Gremlin for Mayor thing. So. Canadian Brent Chess, hello. Keep up all the YouTube content when you can. Damn right I will. You'd be lost in DF without them. Well, there will be we were talking about this earlier, but there will be a another wall of tutorials whenever there's a major update where there's stuff that needs tutorializing, and tutorials will come out sporadically, occasionally, and Let's Plays will keep up as they are reasonable to keep up. There won't be a Let's Play episode today because I'm doing this, and I've been streaming for the last fucking almost 50 hours now. Jesus. But appreciate you. So that is the actual plan. This is probably why I had a hard time sleeping last night, is because I was sitting here thinking about how am I going to build my defensive structure. Also a ghostly miner is haunting the fortress, so let's go deal with that. And I also desperately need a better method of like keeping my dwarves alive, because I've gotten kind of bad at it. We've had a lot of depression in the fort in recent years, so we've lost a lot of dwarves. So we are working on fixing these problems. As for living dwarves in the fort, I'm stuck in a time loop. What? What, the fucking 50 hours thing? I mean, yeah. It was kind of funny. Before I went to bed last night, I popped into a friend's stream. It was doing a stream from a hotel, and just said hi. They were like, "Are you still streaming?" And like the entire chat was like, "What the fuck? Are you still streaming? Like, go to bed." I'm like, I am technically not streaming anymore, but yes, the stream is still running. So no, I'm not streaming, but also yes, I'm still streaming. Anyway, I'm going to bed now. Good night. Blocks, bracelets, rings, mittens, robes. I'm just seeing what we're still working on. Mechanism. You know, actually, robes and mittens. I'm going to cancel those jobs. And this. And robe, silk, mitten, silk. Let's just do 150 each because I've got tons of silk lying around. And all right, chat, we're going to bed with Cetrix. Get cozy. Let's read through the living dwarves, shall we? If your name isn't listed here, by the time I hit the end of it, like necromancer's meditating on suicide, that checks out. By the time we get to the end, he's just like kind of content. By the time we get to the end of this, if you haven't heard your name, you're either dead or lost your username somehow. Cuddle pile, yeah, let's go. Booze hammer, 404 not found. A devilish potato, Akre, Arcanine, Ayanami Rip, Bane 808, me. Blood Odin. Huh? Why am I so happy? Can I be like this dwarf in real life, please? Blood Odin. Broccoli. Bunch of rocks. Chow not found. Clayborn. Commander Honk. Crinkled paper. Diamond Destruct. Dr. Lindan. Elfie Bean. Fallout Rain. Farmer Fem. FG Squared. Frank the Witch. Freehold Boreas. Goth Brooks. Heart of the Tiger. Dryston. Jazz. Jaden. Jamabama. Jelly Belly, Jerry Gord, Joe True, Key Fry, Leebot69, Lagushka, Manhorse Sauce, Merlin Buff, Neff, Lino D. Nono D. Lidino, Earless Zwari, Pack Smack, Piga Watts, Porcelet, Pruny Ben. I think it's Pruny Ben, not Puny Ben. Pruny Ben. Two Pie Jammings. I'm still not sure how that happened. Raccoon with Matches. Ryo Sheen Cat. Rave Rumble, who is very pissed and has been to prison a couple times. Rex. Rock Jitsu. Raiklu. Sentient Potato, who's currently reading the Mirthful Something of the Something Troubles. Salty Tempest. Sniper. Salty Tempest, who's married to Vampire. Sniper. Stellanitis. Telenartho. Fuck Don't Think. Trickfinger. Trimkoff. Tropic Communist. True Freak. Umbra Eterna, and Urist Mick Finnegan, who's also fucking pissed. Same with Stellanitis. Like, both of you guys are pissed. What do you want to do with your life? Anything that it's currently anything that you're not doing. What are your needs? Martial training and excitement. Well, you're getting plenty of excitement. Why is Stock Don't Think caged? Good question. Good question. I'm trying to get them out. I was trying to get them out, and then I completely forgot. So they might be just dead. Or actually, were they caged or chained? If they're caged, that's actually a problem. So they're chained, that's, I don't know, prison. I don't... So I think probably what happened is they probably fell onto a cage trap somehow. Let's see if I can get this fixed. Because that dwarf is not supposed to be in a cage. That is a child. I don't know what that child is doing in a cage. Let's see if we can fix that. Can they trigger a cage trap? I don't think so. But if a dwarf slips and falls or dodges and falls, they can fall into a cage trap. This is true, but I'd rather just let him out of the cage. And when the trap is webbed, they just need to walk onto it because that bug has been in the game for forever. Of course, like a different kid, Lyagushka, is here to help. The 16-year-old Lyagushka. Cage, playpen, prison, same thing. All right, now the question is, will somebody come and remove this child? Oh, there we go. Release stock, don't think. Zasset, the ghostly miner's been laid to rest. Good, good, good. All right. Very drowsy, seriously injured. Aw, what a poor kid. Is missing most of his clothes and is stricken by melancholy. Okay, so it's just gonna wander around until they die. Well, I feel kind of terrible about this, but at the very least, they will die now. Awkward. Yeah, probably got, like, injured in the fighting, or in fighting at some point against something, and then got stricken by melancholy midway through that. Anyway, that's unfortunate. One of the things that we worked on quite heavily yesterday was this. And this. We now have two very lovely halves of this guild hall. This is public guild hall down here for our, you know, weaponsmiths. It's very high value, and this is where we're actually doing all of our smithing. From cage to coffin. From cage to garbage masher, actually. And then the vampire over here has started tantruming quite a bit, which is what it is. 0 kill indeed. And I've pastured some war dogs in this area to hopefully, you know, make it usable. Good news, we have tame walrus calves and trained and tame walrus adults. So we got 2 tame male walruses and 1 tame female walrus, which means I should probably slaughter these 2 trained walruses. Death, what up? Allegedly, yeah. Unconfirmed as to whether or not we're actually having a subathon. But thank you very much for making this mysterious timer beneath my chin go up. I'm not sure what its use is just yet. I'm going to slaughter the 2 not tame walruses, and then at that point, all of our walruses are going to be tame. So once this little lady walrus here grows up to be adult-sized walrus, we will count down to the end of the world. Well, when you put it like that, you better keep that number up. Let's count down until I go to bed, actually, and sleep. It's countdown until I take sleeping pills. Basically, when that timer hits 0, I'm taking my prescribed sleeping medication and going the fuck to sleep. And then I'm going to sleep for until I have to go to a doctor's appointment. That's what that timer is. Sleep is for the weak, because it's the weak. So I should be sleeping, but anyway, yeah, we're gonna get 2 of our walruses tamed, and then we have walruses, and then we also have this. This is a problem, because they are breeding quite quickly. Apparently you can't geld crabs. This isn't a sentence I ever thought I would say, I suppose. You can't geld crabs. So the problem with... No, alcohol's a solution. Lava's a problem. When I geld them, they come back to life. When we beat them to death, they fall into about 12 pieces, and they're almost quite literally like, you know, slimes from RPGs where you cut them in half and they turn into two, you cut them in half and they turn into two, and you cut them in half. So you kill the crab come back to life as crab chitin. You kill the crab chitin, all of legs and 2 individual pincers all come back to life separately. You do it again, and then it just happens again. So essentially, in order to butcher these crabs, I need to station my military at the corpse pile. They don't lay eggs in this game. They just they just appear out of thin air, full grown. So if I slaughter crabs, I have to station my military. It's like 3 different locations. I'm not gonna pour lava on them. Stop asking me to pour lava on them. And then we have to kill their chitin like a dozen times, which is hysterical. Also, do you actually want anything, or are you just... No exporting ballista arrows on it, boss. Okay. I'm going to slaughter them. I'm just saying that slaughtering them is a process to do it safely. But currently right now, I'm just cleaning up clothing. No, I'm not going to use them for defense. Lava's a more efficient defense. Using them for defense would just get them all killed, and then also I'd have to deal with a bunch of undead crabs and a bunch of undead whatever they killed. So because this is a resurrecting biome, I'm not... What part of I'm going to eat them do you not understand? How do I have to say this? Except for Lady Krabatha. We will never eat Lady Krabatha. I'm going to eat them. We're just not going to eat... We just have to do it very carefully and, like, prep before I eat them. Because otherwise it'll be a problem. Has been kept at 10 hours. Hey, yesterday people kept coming in and saying, why is the timer still at 24 hours? So, it's fine. Why is ketchup banned? Why wouldn't it be banned?
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Why wouldn't it be banned? Naturally. Why wouldn't it be banned? The actual reason is I don't like it. You can do whatever you want in your own personal time in your own personal house, but keep the ketchup away from me. And as somebody who worked cleaning a McDonald's for years, I'm an adult. I can be around the stuff. I'll eat it if you hand it to me. I just don't like it. It's literally just that. I just don't like it. Kind of that simple. What are the majority of the dwarves doing right now? I kind of feel like we just need to give the dwarves a break. Just let them work through all of the jobs. Because there's so many of them right now. We'll give farming to a few more dwarves. Get these farmed a little quicker. That's not true. French's yellow mustard is pretty disgusting, but there's a lot of good mustard out there. I do really like mustard. Okay, we slaughtered a single walrus. I mean, so if you actually want to have this discussion, yes, there can be good ketchup, but it's very, 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 very rare. And genuinely, the only ketchup that I've had in my entire life that I've not wanted to projectile vomit afterwards is ketchup I've made myself from tomato paste I made myself with vinegar I didn't make myself, but vinegar that I bought at a store. Salsa's not ketchup, what? There's no tomato puree in salsa. But no, ketchup is disgusting. It's almost a different thing at that point. For me, I think it's gross. So, and this stream is my house. And when you're in my house, ketchup's illegal. And if you complain, I don't fucking care. This ain't a goddamn democracy, okay? If you want democracy, I don't know, like, go elsewhere. Go somewhere that has polls. But dad, also, I'm not your dad. But if I was, I definitely already left to get some more milk and a pack of smokes. What are you butchering? I can't just send folks to Poland. I apologize. I don't actually get the joke. So this tile sets, man. It's a pile of bones. But apparently you can butcher a skeleton? What's up, not pet? Oh. I get it. Okay, thank you. I get the joke that you can't just send people to Poland. I get it. That took me way too long. Way longer than I care to admit, in fact. Wait, no, don't actually dump this. Just everything else in there. Okay, so. More like jerky. I seem to have noticed an issue with this scene right here, chat. Well, the good news is we caught a giant agitated penguin. The bad news is there's two that we haven't caught that are just walking into my fort. Methinks we do need more cage. I need to empty my cages, actually. So you might want to run away from that. They will address the problem, but I'll deal with it with my military. And then we will fix this problem. It's because the anvil's gone. The anvil's gone because it finally got put into a construction. The good news, though, is right over here, we have a agitated giant penguin. Big Tux can have a friend. No, these are just normal wolves. The only ice wolves I've had spawn are all undead, which is kind of sad. They'll come back in a sec, unless they're all mutilated, which I don't know if they are. Yeah, they're not ice wolves. They're nice wolves, yes. They're definitely the wolves that Dr. Mac Daddy has on their desktop. Okay. Well, let's set up an arena fight, is I think what we should do. Because I've got a bunch of cages down here. Well, I mean, I could have said that you have on your t-shirt, but I don't know if you're currently wearing that t-shirt. So that may have been inaccurate. One of the giant penguin corpses just came back, and we killed it a second time. Now it's a mangled giant penguin corpse. Okay, so now that we've done that, I can turn this off. Is arena fighting against Dwarven ethics? No, but making them watch is. We're just dealing with hostiles and zombies mostly. It's not sport, it's garbage disposal and training. Mostly trash disposal. Let's just wait for the rest of the military to get in here. Damn, that was fast, cold-blooded. Do you want a military dwarf? We're about to be there. Beard or no beard? Actually, you already have one. Right there. I was about to double check. So instead, I will refund that and read or give you your actual name back. Cold-blooded, cold-blooded, cold-blooded. One day, turning gifted dwarf will be turned on again. The problem is everybody has dwarves. I thought you died too, but no, you didn't. He never feels discouraged and is gripped by crippling shyness. We'll turn gifted dwarf on when I have a, well, I could turn it on, but we'd be gifting them to mostly people who are not in the chat, so I would think. Because, like, the list, like, the number of people here that have dwarves currently is a little silly. So unless we want to start, like, making Brad Pitt a dwarf, I don't know if we should turn that back on. None of my house plants have names, though. So how could you gift them to my houseplants? You don't have? Okay, fine. I'll turn Gift the Dwarf on at some point in the next 40 minutes. I won't tell you when. He is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. Is impervious to the effects of stress and is a strong tendency towards privacy, though he is conflicted by this in the abstract as he has a little time for forgiveness. Generally, he will generally seek retribution and he tries to keep his things orderly. Exclamation point subathon is the command you're looking for, BWS. He does not often feel lustful, and he has a little excitement now. He likes a little excitement now and again, and he is conflicted by this as he considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he doesn't focus on material goods. He has an active sense of humor, generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Still doing okay. Generally, recently, I mean, you've been in the fort since 52. You're ashamed after wearing old clothing, apparently. Yeah, we need to get you some new socks. You have nice pants, though. I mean, look at these schwanky pants. Decorated with grizzly bear tooth. Object menaces with spikes of pecan wood. On the item is a finely designed image of Cybrek, the dwarf from Goosebone, on your pants. Probably Cybrek brand pants, I would think. All right, well, let's pull this lever. So some of these are going to open, not all of them. Beard pit. I think the beard pit is just this arena. All right, Pigawatts is coming to pull the lever. Lever has been pulled. Dwarves run in. First one into the fighting is Ingish, the militia captain, followed by Kaylee B and Pie Jamming. And we shred them. Glancing at some of the combat logs, the mutilated elf corpse seems to just get bashed by the militia captain, and the elf mutilated corpse in the right upper arm with his arrow row run thingy. The hammer Kaylee B bashes the elf mutilated corpse in the head with her hammer, jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain, which didn't actually kill it because it took another hit, crushing the head entirely. Zombie don't need brain. Psycholabs over here says bashes a goblin hammerman in the tongue with her hammer, bruising the left cheek, and the force pulls the head, tearing apart the fat and bruising the upper spine's nervous tissue. And a tendon in the spine has been bruised, and they say, "How fragile we are. This does not scare me." And stands up. Wait, hold on. Did that just say the psycho? The Psycholabs stands up. That's funny. Eat this, gamma! Pretty much. I'm going to station 1 squad up here. Actually, no. I'm going to station squad 2 up here. You guys cancel. You guys cancel. And we're going to let them out. This squad's going to wait around here, and the dwarves are going to come in and start putting stuff away. I mean, this one's taking a nap, so... But yeah, no, they're always afraid and vengeful, but they get used to it. Notice how, like, none of them are really all that stressed. Like, obviously, they get some mild PTSD from it, but... Comes with the gerb description. You don't remember that much hate in your description when you started? Yeah, because you're in the military. They become hateful, angry, and mean when they're in the military. What? Something's fighting. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Hold up. I gotta go deal with the giant penguin. Guys, military turnaround. There's a giant penguin corpse killing this dwarf right here. Can we... Uh-oh. Who did we just lose? Ingiz? A miner? I need you Okay, well, they got it. Why did they put it all the way down here? Not the optimal place for you to put that. Everybody at Magnan say happy birthday. Because it's Magnet's birthday. This next fight's gonna have a giant eagle. That's going to be exciting. Oh, I should probably set this so that I don't need to keep opening this menu. There you go. I think that's just actually a normal agitated crab in here. So the giant penguin thing is a little tricky. Agitated giant penguin. Do chat. Somehow I've acquired multiple, like a full breeding set of agitated giant penguins. Okay, so Big Tux is going to get a fam now. Does anybody know if... hold on. Actually, I'm just going to look it up on the wiki. Dwarf Fortress wiki. Giant penguin. So they lay 2 eggs. It doesn't say that they're grown as full grown. So, and they're tameable. We get to start. We get to give Big Tux a family and start war training giant penguins, or not war training, but like taming giant penguins. So that's exciting. Where am I going to put the giant penguin enclosure? Well, they actually do need a pond. Maybe we should just make this into the giant penguin enclosure. I could also put them in with the crabs, but I don't really want to have them all in one place in case some of them stop being tame. I can't actually war train them, unfortunately. Upon 2 seconds of inspection. Should put them in here. And we'll give them access to this pond back here. We'll do like this. We'll cut through here. And give them this spot in here. This old room that was supposed to be for undead animals that I tried training, which didn't go so good, unfortunately. I don't know why I'm surprised that, like, even though the button is there, you can't actually do it. I'm going to deconstruct these. Looks a tad tiring. What's a tad tiring, Brookley? Also, hi, Brookley. Mostly due to being a bit out of it due to an antipsychotic injection. Oh, yeah. What did I do for my birthday last year? On my birthday last year, I did a charity stream. I raised about $2,000 for Doctors Without Borders. And then I went and saw a movie by myself and got a beer at the pub by myself. And actually got ID'd by the bartender, which is really weird because the pub that I went to is a pub that I was a regular at for a while, and they had a different bartender who ID'd me, and then, like, quietly came out to me a little bit later with a slice of cake, which was really nice of them. And then I never saw that bartender again. So... usually just sleep. Yeah, I try and do things. I never actually, I can't remember the last time I actually, like, did something on my birthday, though. Raccoon with matches was found dead. Ooh. Hold on. What? Why a bunch of people fall into a body pit? You're not... I mean, that's why I put the emergency exit door in. so that you can walk out. Also, why is there water in the body pit? Why are you... That door's supposed to be locked. Okay, sure. There's lots of mysteries in the... So I think what happened here is somebody tried to walk into here to pick up some item and opened this door and it went whoosh and whooshed them into the body pit a little bit. I'm pretty sure that's what just happened. And the fall killed raccoon with matches. No, it was... The door is not leaking. And floodgates also don't leak. Leaking isn't the issue. But doors getting opened certainly do. Oh, ING. So, rest in peace, raccoon with matches. Ghosts opening doors? No, there was definitely a bunch of dwarves in that spot right there, pathing, trying to get that gold ore. So, no. No, that's not the issue. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. I know what causes things to do things. Even if you might not believe me, I do know what causes things to do things. And generally have a pretty good idea of what an issue is in this game, because I've played a lot of it. Probably what happened actually was either they were pathing down there, or because I've got a lot of items set to be dumped, two dwarves walked down the hallway at the same time, and one of them took a right into the doorway that wasn't locked, which is supposed to be locked. Yep, no, there's a lot of graves in the graveyard. Rock Jitsu. There is no mystery to solve. I think I've already solved it. A dwarf fell. Cracked his skull in the bottom. It's just all these dwarves walking through here. One of them passed into that. In this fortress or playtime? In regards to the time years question. Playtime? Like 10,000 hours? That's just an estimate. I don't actually know. Steam version, like, I could go look. 500 something? Who am I giving a dwarf to, baby Blue Ford? 536 on this version of the game. Don't say Brad Pitt. No, it would be Beard Pit. Why, are you saving that one for when you get it? Full-blooded? All right, chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving Deadlies? Because when you get given a dwarf, it's not up to you what kind of dwarf you get. It's up to chat. You take phone call and miss the redeem. It's been up for about 5 minutes. Baby. Youngest dwarf in the fort. The only baby I have is kind of pissed. I mean, I'd be too if I had to live here. Saw a dwarf die and is horrified. I've seen 2 votes for baby, so we're gonna go with baby. Deadly Awe and Deadly Owen. She says daga. I guess she wants a daga. She's a mad baby. Yeah. She's wow. Okay. Off to a good start. Unfriendly and disagreeable and is bothered by this, and she values friendship, and she is prone to strong feelings of lust. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and she has a sense of duty. She prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and she often acts with compassion. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and occasionally overindulges and lives a fast-paced life, and she likes a little excitement now and again. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and really wants a drink. That's probably part of it, too. She really wants a drink. We're also running low on booze, like spooky-ishly low on booze, so I'm going to quickly queue up some booze. And she dreams of mastering a skill. Percy finds romance distasteful, which is why she's probably mad that mom's just sitting here, like, reading books. She likes shirt, silver, brown zircon, horses for their strength, and giant anoles for their dewlaps, and the word of the page of aquamarine and the sound of the luxurious queen. And when possible, she prefers to consume leopard gecko and fish and pomegranate wine, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. She is weak, and her hair is arranged in double braids. She has a round chin, and her ears are somewhat broad. Her hair is cinnamon, and her skin is copper. Her eyes are jade. That's your baby. And to quote the famous line from Star Trek, baby, baby, hold together. And before somebody gets mad at me, I know that's a Star Wars quote. That's the point. Okay, we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to get rid of that. All spider are evil? Sorry, but you might say that, but I could not disagree more. Look at the I mean, how can that be evil? For one thing, he's doing this. For other thing, this one just has a wizard hat. Somewhat, I call shenanigans on that one. All right. Anyway. Apologies to the arachnophobes in chat. Keep at it. Get these all linked up. All right, so let's jump over here and let's go to the pets and livestock section of here, and we're going to go to those agitated, wait, no, they're over here. Those agitated giant penguins that we have, which are not undead. They're somewhere on here. There they are. We're going to get those trained. I'm very happy I left those doors open. And got all of those, and got all of these. I'm really sad that this giant wolf is just a giant wolf and not, and is a corpse and not just a giant wolf, because man. Okay, that's a new one, animal. Gandalf saying to Walter White that you have to use the X-Men young Padawan. It's a very witchy spider. That spider's all dressed up for Halloween. It's gonna spook all the people. Yeah, I don't know. I think there are creepy looking spiders out there. Like I won't deny that, but like generally spiders are fine. Vast majority of spiders are fine. Like out of all the spiders we have here that I regularly see, there's only one type that actually spooks me. And those are wolf spiders, which are about yay big and don't spin webs. They just live in caves, or what they think is caves, which means like I'll just be gardening and I move one of my gardening pots and one of them goes bah at me. I'm like bah, and then I go back and hide behind the pot again. I'm like okay, well, I'll just work around you. They're fine as long as like you don't startle them, because like they're very good to have around your gardens because they defend from things that eat my plants. But like I've had them spook the crap out of me because they just suddenly appear in front of me, and they yeah, I'm not in Australia or Brazil, so it's fine. If I was in Australia or Brazil, I would be afraid of spiders. I understand that fear. When they're actually dangerous, I understand that fear. We do have black widows, but they're extremely rare, and you have to go way further north, really, to actually get black widows up here. Trying to just get all this obsidian out of here. Or it is theoretically possible for there to be black widows here, but if there's a black widow here, it's probably just very lost. Wait, actually, hold on a second. How are you getting over there? Oh, you're literally using that corner right there. Okay, so don't cut that up. If you get bitten by a black widow, you fucked up. Although I feel that way about a lot of spiders. A vile force of darkness has arrived. It's kind of frustrating because I wanted to trade. But they're also going to get mauled to death by a giant wolf that's undead, so... And apparently a giant owl. It's going to be a pretty short siege, I think. Although it's currently probably a giant undead pincushion. Oh my god, it hasn't even taken damage. Okay, maybe they got it. Maybe they got it. Nope, neither of them are dead yet. Something went flying. Is that a goblin bit? Wow, that flew real far. That was Moto's left hand, so this goblin just lost a hand. There's one, 2 down. Three down. What are they using? Copper arrows? Oh, that's their problem. Copper bolts. Yeah, copper arrows and copper bolts. Yeah, that's their problem. This one's almost dead. How many are left in the sea? Is it literally just the 3 of them? Yep. Maybe we will actually get to trade then. That's 2 down. 2 to go. Man, these local the local flora and fauna here is doing wonders for our natural defenses. Uh-oh. Bone just went flying? Or right ear? Semetsu lost an ear? Yeah, I think the zombies win. F's for this siege. You're wearing your Dwarf merch today? Hell yeah. Which one did you get? Did you get the hoodie or the t-shirt? This one's just, yeah, you know, mood. Or goblin mood. Also get this obsidian back when we mine down a layer. You know, I don't really need this door here. This is actually kind of a bad spot for there to be a door. Should probably mine through these. Wait, what? Oh, that's flooring. Huh. I didn't actually realize that was flooring. Okay. So in that case, then, I guess what I'm going to do is this. It's just the one with all the dwarves on it? Okay. I guess the question is did you get the t-shirt or the hoodie version? You're off. We'll see when we see you, dude. But hope you're enjoying the merch. This is like the first time I've actually been satisfied with merch in the entire time that I've done merch. My entire career, this is the first time I've been satisfied with something I've made. I think it's safe to say that, like, those goblins lost. That's why it's, like, barely worth, like, fighting the surface. Is because, like, well, I know that they're gonna lose. I'm also going to need to fix this because there's just mud everywhere right there, which just looks bad. Yeah, the crazy part about this subathon so far for me is that we've finally hit Tuesday, which means we are now at the point where I would normally be starting my streaming week. Yeah, Tarn made a very subtle change in this version of the game. If they're standing on a tile that's being mined from underneath it, right before it's finished, the dwarf actually cancels the job and goes to a different mining job because there's a dwarf standing on it. They used to just mine out the tile from underneath them and drop the dwarf into the lava. Very small change, but very much appreciated. They also, I might be imagining this, but I seem to also recall they used to dig out the floor underneath them that they were standing on. I might just be imagining that, but I swear that used to be a thing. All right, so we are going to drop this. You prevented your... You know, we might actually be able to hit this wolf corpse with this. I mean, I'm happy that it saved that dwarf's life. Brain fizz. It's a very good change, I gotta say. Look at that. Oh. What? Okay, got it. We got it. Sweet. All right, let's turn that back on and pull this lever. Nope, nope, not that lever. This lever. Nope, not that. This lever that I can barely see. I think that went pretty well. Put this great creature of the wilds out of its misery. Man, there's a lot there that needs to burn. I put the foul creature out of its misery as a reward. It's still covered in iron and copper arrows, too. It's covered in goblin blood. In before it doesn't burn up and we just have a flaming, agitated giant wolf corpse for a while, just walking around. I'm a little bit worried all of us. Okay, now it's got heavy bleeding. Okay, I was a little worried for a second there going, oh no, what if it doesn't burn? What if it doesn't die? There we go. Okay. Firewolf, I'm no longer worried. I was getting worried for a moment there. You're going to swoop off to beds. You have a good night, animal. Well, thank you much for hanging out, dude. Thanks for helping manage the chat. Thanks for helping mod. Appreciate it. Firewolf is the sequel to Airwolf. I mean, it's definitely like a mid-90s film about like either a sports team or some sort of like military thing. You know, it's definitely a mid-90s film about something. Firewolf. We are Team Firewolf. Here to serve and something. Aang's pet. Did Aang have a pet wolf? I don't recall Aang having a pet wolf. But I also haven't seen Avatar in a long time. Uh-oh. The Outpost liaison is fighting with a snowy Owlman corpse, apparently. At least it's in my fort. Apparently there's a bunch of snowy Owlman corpses. Are they flying in from the ceiling? They are absolutely flying in from the ceiling. I never did finish this. I should probably finish this. One of them killed one of my wolves, and they're fighting with the children now. I'm sure that's a real thing that he had a pet wolf named Snappa. But I find that weirdly difficult to believe for some reason. I don't know why. It's just been so... It's like, yeah, that's probably real. It's just been so long since I've watched that show. This sheep is just puking. Do I ever... it's technically a Hill Titan, actually. It's not a Forgotten Beast. I do have one in the basement, though. So technically, I guess I have 2 trapped beasts. I've got one in the basement and the one on the surface. Very scary lemur, then. Let you out of the basement? No. What did I forget about? Aside from Aang's pet, which I definitely forgot about. So apparently, according to an email I received 8 minutes ago, I'm going to either be getting a notice slip of attempted delivery or a delivered pack of camping gear. So, fingers crossed they actually deliver it so I don't need to go get it. Geek 2 Games doesn't have a dwarf and he's not locked in the basement. It's fine. I did starve one dwarf to death in their bedroom yesterday. I don't want to talk about it, but like, it was initially to protect them from the vampire. I just forgot to unlock the door. No, I get it. I'm trying to spin that joke into another terrible joke, and neither of the jokes are landing. So the result is we both just went humor-wise. Dad jokes, more like dead jokes. Ha! Yeah, rip Ruby Squeakbird. Didn't deserve that.
Bring out your dead.
Word. Word indeed. That fake laugh made you real laugh? Ah! Ah! Fake laughing as intended, I suppose. I do love that, like, one of the Twitch meta things that people do now is the second that the second that streamers realize, man, I'm not going to make the required number of hours to get the ads done for the month. They just run some massive 24-hour stream. It's like, I know there are 3 channels right now that I follow that are just streaming words on stream for like 72 hours straight just to get the ads deal. Cavern dwellers that, oh shit, theoretically they could actually access this time. And the angry worm is still down here, the feathered slug that shoots fire. The fortunate thing about this fire shooting slug monster actually is it's burning the cavern dwellers. So as long as it keeps burning the cavern dwellers, we are in actually a really good spot because it's an automatically self-cleaning cavern, meaning it's killing them, burning them, and they're not coming back as zombies, which is actually really good. In order to get paid? Well, let me tell you this. Mine's not that bad because it's not that fucked for hours. But after this subathon, I'm going to intentionally stream less for the rest of the month, which is why I'm doing this subathon, so that I don't get fucked next month on the number of hours I need to stream. It's like I can't do cool one-off events now without like having to overcompensate for them on the back end afterwards. Did I do a stupid? I really hope I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay. Whew. I just saw a giant penguin spleen and was like, did I just slaughter all of my giant penguins on accident? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I did not. It's okay. The giant penguins are good. Where's Big Tux? Where Big Tux? Big Tux? Big Tux? There you are. What does a spleen do anyway? In Dwarf Fortress or in real life? It's literally dealing with all these cavern dwellers for me. This is kind of great. Oh no, it's gonna burn to death. There you go. Don't bleed yourself to death there. I need you. Alive, preferably. Flock don't think has been found dead, dehydrated. Well, that's a shame. I feel really bad about that one. Somehow trapping a dwarf in a cage, thinking I got them out of the cage, and then apparently I didn't. Pigfinite, what up? Yeah, no, I set them to come in sets of 2 with a max of sets of 5 instead of sets of 10 with a maximum of sets of 50, so they'll be very small anyway. Because 2 is actually enough to kill a peasant dwarf that's wandering in the caverns, and that's more than enough. The blood filtration system you can live without because other organs do the same thing, but you'll be more susceptible to infections. Seems like something you want then. Also, how are you doing, Ryan? I've seen you twice in 1 week. Is it because of the super long hours and just odds, or... I feel like I haven't seen you in months. Hope you've been well. It's just... The gist that I got out of that I get out of the Cavern Dwellers thing is it was thrown in at last minute as we need something interesting for people who want this game to be harder. Because I think a very frequent piece of feedback that they get or got from the older Dwarf Fortress community is that, oh no, RimWorld fans are going to hate it because the game is too easy. So I think that's why they added that in. Like, that's my suspicion. It really feels that way. It really feels like it was just kind of a, not poorly thought out, but a updated mechanic to... What? What killed you? Okay. Well, that's a Cyclops. No items. I'm okay. But, Aegis, what kind of dwarf would you like? Actually, I think you have a dwarf, don't you? Like, see, this is why I just didn't turn this on for ages yesterday. Yeah, you do. You just lost your name because you're in the military. There's no way in hell you've died. Because I haven't lost a single military dwarf. Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you are still alive. Blood Odin is dead. Unless I completely misread this. Nope, never mind. Blood Odin is not dead. You are very much alive. Why do I always default to is dead? And whenever somebody asks, I'm like, yeah, they're dead. You know, you're alive. You're sleeping. You're pretending you're dead. All right, let's go to wherever big one-eyed weirdo is. Let's see. I mean, if somebody died in the gym, that seems like it would be very unsanitary. The thing is, this thing might actually just make it to the matched. This thing might actually make it to a dwarf that's outside first. Or to the cage traps before it actually dies. Nope. Easy. We'll throw it into the arena later. Yeah, no, I can tell, Ryan, that you haven't died unless someone was on your account, which would be strange. I mean, it's good that you haven't died. Glad that you haven't died. So I ordered musical instruments, so I'm going to buy all of the musical instruments from them. These are kind of cool. But now apparently I'm not trading for enough value. Okay, how about this? Remove one of those. That one's worth 666. I like it. We'll buy the one that's worth 666. Let's throw in a lead cage. And remove some of each of these. That'll do. Great. Oh, boy. Dwarf that died just came back as a zombie. That's okay, though. The dwarves are dogpiling him. I think the dwarves will win. Seems like the dwarves won. Hopefully they mutilated him, so he won't come back again. Right, there's a zombie goblin down there. Let's just crush him. Lead poisoning is not a thing in this game, no. Fortunately. This game would be very difficult if lead poisoning was a thing. I mean, we need to make goblets. And you can make toys and crafts. So if you want to, like, make silly things out of lead that would kill people in real life, you can already kind of do that. Let's do a support right here. Gabbro. A lever over here. I'm actually going to need to not place this right here. I need to place two supports. I'm going to do one. Where did that go? There it is. One right here and one right here. Okay, I need to deconstruct this. Okay, we'll leave that one right there. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. You continue to impress. We have much to share. What requests do you have? Just more wood, please. And that's about it. I want tanned hides. To be fair, lead is actually like a decently valuable material for furniture in Dwarf Fortress, so. Thanks for being around to be gifted a sub, Zool. This dwarf needs to be removed from the military. What squad are you in? The massive tomes. Yeah, just dump your gear. Go do something else. We'll see when we see, Archangel. In like 8 hours, I would assume. Here's that there is more robes that we could trade you. In fact, you know what? We'll just sell them all of the robes. I don't know if it would explain tantrum spirals. Usually, poor fortress design explains tantrum spirals. You remember soothing music and talks of AI art, and then you were unconscious. Well, I think the timer went up in that time, too. Or maybe that was before the timer went up. Can you really describe the Deadbolt soundtrack as soothing? I don't know if I'd call it soothing. It's many things, but I do not know if I would call it soothing. It was to you? Fair enough. I mean, maybe the volume level was soothing. I could see that. There we go. That fixed that almost immediately. Okay, so you. Let's double check. Is this area in here? Yeah, okay. Most people are bringing stuff to Trade Depot, though. Bringing them gifts. 40-something more items. Okay, I mean that is a form of lead poisoning. Although is that lead poisoning not Papyrus, or is that lead crushing? Because dying from being crushed due to lead is very different than being poisoned by lead. And to me personally, I would consider that crushing more so than poisoning. Is it poisoning their mind? No, because that's not the definition of poison. You crushed their mind. And then after that, once their mind has been completely, totally, and utterly crushed and smashed into smithereens, you know what they do? You know what they do after that? They don't mind. Get it? Anyway. It's gonna more like can't. Yeah. The last thing to go through their mind was that hammer. Yes. Yeah. That. But one could even say that hammer didn't cross their mind, but it did cross out their mind. Bobtron. I hope that your mind is better than mine. How's things? What's something heavy I could buy from you? I guess I will buy that goat. All right, that's enough trading. The question is how far can we, like, stretch this joke? Because I do kind of feel like it's starting to get to the end of its ropes. Making a whole lot of paper. At some point soon, we're going to need to just sell paper as an industry because we're slowly just gaining quite a lot of pigtail slurry. So I have tons of pigtail thread. Still got tons of pigtail cloth. It's pretty good. All right, so these are my new penguins, or my brand new brood of giant penguins. Let's begin breeding giant penguins. Got a few angry dwarves in your fort. It's due to the deaths and also because the deaths don't stay deaths for very long. This is a terrifying biome. It was actually way better a while ago, but what's kind of caused it to get worse again is we did a bunch of above ground construction, and this is an untamed wilds biome and terrifying biome. So the terrifying side is bad because you just get like zombies and scary things constantly showing up. And the Untamed Wilds side is bad because we get giant things showing up. So we get giant undead things on this map pretty frequently. So we'll have random little outbursts where like the mood just tanks because a bunch of dwarves die in a quick succession. But then it usually slowly sorts itself out. And we're in the process of sorting it back out right now. So Big Tux finally has friends. You see Big Tux, the 16-year-old, the old pengu. We got some lady penguins now. It is a pretty cursed place, yes. So even in the underground safe areas, we were okay up until it was like, I think, like 9 dwarves died to undead jabberers in a very quick... Are you a coward? Absolutely not. Most of my forts are in calm biomes, dude. Most of them. Because I find forts like this a little annoying. But this is also how you get the cool big animals, so. Absolutely not. Some of my best friends are calm biomes. It's just like, no, you're not a coward if you watch a lot of RimWorld and streamers who play it like the maximum uber stupid, cut my dick off and laugh at me difficulty. Dwarf Fortress isn't particularly hard, even at the hardest difficulty like that, but like it's certainly not an easy game. All right, someone get this pengu back in here. No, definitely not. It's just, actually, here's the thing. It's like asking, are you a coward for not playing Minecraft in hardcore mode? No, you're playing a different type of Minecraft, and that's totally fine. Well, we got a bunch of rocks is put into wandering giant penguin back. So, giant crabs, and now giant penguins. Also, speaking of giant crabs, I'm going to slaughter some of the giant crabs. I have to do them in small fits and starts. It's also fun in hearts and clubs, too. Deadlies. It's kind of amazing, though, because of how little meat you actually get from the... Oh, man. I didn't want you to grab that. This child was way too quick on that. I was literally sitting here to, like, forbid these. But, this giant penguin laid eggs, and this child ran off with them. Well, at least we're eating eggs. Where's my other lady penguin? Oh, do I literally only have one lady penguin? All right, well, lady, I need you to lay me more eggs, please. I'm gonna wait until you lay eggs. Yep. It is also kind of time to remove them, set the military up to here. I mean, I need them in two places. I need them up here. Also really need a better place for butcher shops. And then I also need them down here. I would say most games are choose your own difficulty, but the difference here is certain games, communities mock, make fun, and belittle people for playing on easier difficulties. Which I don't agree with. I think that that's really mean, and I don't think people should do that at all for any game. But even if people do it subconsciously, that kind of behavior is quite common. I mean, RimWorld it's a tower defense game, right? Dwarf Fortress is a story builder with a simulated world. RimWorld is a tower defense game that tells a story, right? It's a strategy game first, story generator second. It can tell some pretty cool stories, but primarily RimWorld is a strategy game because that's what the community wanted, and that's the direction it went with its development. Dwarf Fortress is kind of the opposite of that. Like, they both share similarities and can be played in similar ways and can end up feeling similarly. They are very, very, very different games. Current run is your civ was wiped out by a combo of elves and gobbo mercs, so you settled far away in the frozen south. Oh, trying to, like, survive and, like, bring the civ back slowly. This is pretty similar to that, actually. We're all the way up here. Our civ's down here. In constant war. Those goblins. We're up here hiding, trying to build an outpost up here. Maybe move the mountain home up here. Yep, and I've heard the absolute opposite from some people too. So, in regards to what Geek 2 Games just said, calling it a strategy game is pushing it. It kind of is a strategy game. It's a base building strategy game. I'm not like I have plenty of problems with RimWorld, but it's definitely a strategy game. What? Oh, it's an obsidian block floor. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know if there's sand underneath that or anything. So I'm just going to cave this in. We'll cave it in. We'll cause a big splash. And then we'll do it again. The adorable mother. That's creepy. There's something about that that just puts prickles on my spine. I don't like it. Oh, giant crab chitin is fighting. Rev's got it. Seems like Lolar over here put down crab chitin. Well, I mean, a lot of the games that I play can definitely be called strategy games. I mean, okay, so I'm going to be a genre dick for a second here. All Dark Souls and Dark Souls-like games are action-adventure games. Change my mind. They are the textbook definition of action-adventure games. That's all they are. They're just action-adventure games. They're not some new freaky genre. They are just action-adventure games. And that's not even me knocking them. Like, they are probably the peak of action-adventure games for a lot of people. And probably the most successful series of action-adventure games made in the last 30 years. But there are some people that'll get real mad at me for saying that. Well, so here's the thing, right? You'll never see anybody refer to them as just action-adventure games. You'll see them call them Souls-likes. Roguelikes are RPGs? Yeah. Which is why I say that roguelikes are a subgenre of RPGs. Proper roguelikes are RPGs. They're like more RPGs than most RPGs. Actually. They do a better job of fitting to the RPG like subgenre than most modern RPGs. No, I mean, like, but if you specify more and call them, like, Souls-like games, then yes, obviously at that point you get a better idea of what you're getting into. Okay, I don't know why there's a random zombie in the middle of everything. Or what, Okay. Fortunately, there's military close by, so we can deal with them. Overexerted and extremely injured. Eye jamming the miner's been found dead? What the fuck? Whoa. That's an agitated giant elephant seal. I don't have any cages in my cage traps right now. And there's a shoe in the doorway. Huh. No, these need to die. I did get... I got one of them's... I got two. One of them's named. I got two. I got three. I don't know. I don't know male or female because name too long. No, they won't stay hostile. Well, the named one will, but the non-named ones won't. That's good though. Run away here. I know one of them is male, but hold on. Sorry, where's the last one then? The non-named one. Might be getting called by a dwarf right now. I might have a breeding pair. Yes, we do have a breeding pair. Sweet. Okay, hold on a second. How big is a giant elephant seal? Chat, without guessing, how many centimeters cubed is a giant elephant seal? At least a few. $350. About $350. Yes, it's definitely about $350. Hey, Wicto, what's up? 24 million. Is an elephant seal. They have up to 870 meat. Dude. Okay. So, melting the ocean isn't giving us giant sperm whales, but it is giving us giant agitated elephant seals. Which is pretty great. I never left the menu, but more meat. Etor, I got bad news for you. Yep, you might want to. Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna remove this from the burrow because this is getting a bit suicidal. This hallway. Here come the military, I think. No. Where are my soldiers at? What the fuck? Okay, here they are. Nope, can't do that. Follow Porcelet. Oh, now there's a undead child in the middle of it. Well, it's dead. Enraged at all enemies. Porcelet is terrified while in combat. Porcelet currently, how's this fighting going? Okay, she's just dodging. She lodged her hammer firmly in the wound. Gained possession. Dodge, 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 dodge. Seal strikes, but the shot was blocked. Wow, it actually took a hit. She fractured its skull, so that's a good sign. Kicked it in the lower body, bruising the guts. Okay. She's dodging. Come on, you got this. No injuries just yet. Another dwarf join in. They're just bonking it. These things are, This is madness. Yes. Okay, that's one down. I think it's mangled. Yeet. I love how we had to kill the child twice in the middle of the fight. I'm sorry, what? Where are you guys going? You're supposed to be stationed. Right there. Trimkoff is fighting with it. Come on, man. You got this. Wait, what? Can we just kill this thing, please? It's just bleeding a whole bunch. The male ones are 3 times the size of the women? Oh, really? Huh. Agitated elephant seal. So mangled. I think that's mangled. We should be safe. And I say should be as very tentatively. That's kind of awesome. They're mangled, so they shouldn't come back. But I'm stationing the military here for a reason. No. I have to agree. I was not expecting the giant elephant seals. All right, well, this one is hauling the giant elephant seal. All right, so we follow Jelly Belly. It's time to do your strength training. Wonder if they're butcherable? They might be. There's a butcher table close to the thingy. I'm just going to real quick make copper cages. Just 10 of them. It'll be fine. We got some big ellies to go with the Wallery. Zwari. And then suddenly clogged? You mean suddenly there's miasma everywhere because you have no space for them? Disco, you were the one on the Patreon, right? You've gone through so many usernames, I can't keep track. Because somebody with a very you-sounding username, like, has sound command tiers now. If it's not you, then I need to DM them and ask. I mean, they're also like one of those weird animals that I don't know how they exist. I mean, look at this thing. It's like it's like a ball of blubber with a fin and a face. It's like, how does this exist? I don't fully understand elephant seals. They're a very strange creature to me. It does look, that's me after I've had too much weed. They're a weird animal. Like, we have them here. Like, I've seen them in real life, like in person, like in front of me. They're just like, we have them on the beaches in the summer sometimes. You'll just see them outside. No, that thing can have all the penguins and the fish at once. I will stay far away from them. Very far away. It's you? Okay. Then I can give you sound commands. Done. And chunks to stun predators. The fact that they have predators, like, just blows my mind, though. Seems like the war dogs are doing a pretty good job with the crab chitin, though. So these things have up to 870 meat, up to 195 fat, up to 68 units of brain versus giant crabs, which have 2. Which is funny. Up to 136 units of lungs, up to 204 units of intestine, up to 68 units of liver, up to 68 units of kidney, up to 68 units of tripe, and up to 34 units of sweetbread and 2 eyes, 34 spleen. They have... the crab has 2 brain cells. These guys have a few more brain cells than crab. That's kind of amusing. Got a bunch of dwarves discussing bandages. Maybe we'll get discoveries and books out of bandages soon. Let's see. Okay, no, I don't think they are butcherable. Otherwise, this would be set to butcher an animal. Also, I'm gonna actually do 2 things. I'm going to expand the size of this down here because this is my food, or one of my main food storages, and it's fucking tiny, and it needs to be expanded desperately. So I'm going to expand it down to here, and I'm also going to make a slightly better butchery setup because it's currently like an affront to, or an issue because I don't have enough I don't have enough space to store all the food. I need a butchery setup that's closer to this. I can't say I've ever been at a party where everyone's been talking about bandages outside of like first aid class when I was younger. Oop. Classmate's been found dead. You know, you definitely just got beat to death by somebody, but like, I don't know what happened because I closed the combat log already. I'm assuming it was this dwarf. Stodier was injured. That's Irish. Don't know. Maybe somebody else is reporting crimes. Mysterious murders constantly. Gaius, hello. Yes, you are still alive before you ask. Hi, it's good to see you. Doko. Here you are. Gotta be kind of ominous living in one of the bedrooms right next to the graveyard. Subathon is still alive. 8.5 hours on the clock. Yeah, there you go, Disco. It's just an active command. I need to have a better method and give people like the ability to see it. Some migrants have arrived against their better judgment, probably. Let's go down. What was I doing? I was doing a thing. Right. I'm going.
Lovely fruit, tomato. Remove everything that's good from it: the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
You're telling a story. Oh no, you're reciting poetry. Listening to music and poetry. The luxurious queen is the music being played in the other tavern currently, and the poetry is Diamonds Ever Onward. Look at that diamond, you're ever onward. Refugees are a separate event. Some migrants have arrived, are just migrants from Mountain Home. Refugees are when you attack something and then it states that they are seeking asylum. but I think anybody who's running in from the surface of this map is probably a refugee, especially this duck or goose, baby goose. Did I pull this lever? I'm not supposed to pull that lever. That flowing. The hell? Oh, okay. So apparently putting roofs over top of these actually stop the power. Well, that's unfortunate. I didn't know that. The more you know. All right, well, I'm going to assume that all of those dwarves are inside, lock the door, and then we're going to let the dwarves out. Waterlungs. I mean, there's worse places. There's certainly better places, though. All right, so this will peel this off and let this fill up. Have you done anything impressive? Well, you're in the military, so you've just been, like, slowly, like, racking up kills like most of them. Mostly on zombies and doing general fort cleanup stuff. Have to make 3 copper ballista arrows. For our lovely, lovely meower. Nutty Wombat. I think you died, but let me confirm. Yes, Nutty Wombat is dead. What kind of dwarf would you like, Nutty Wombat? You've been named before, so I'm sure you know the drill. I will scroll down. Also, the vampire lost their name. What was the name of the vampire? What the fuck? Why'd you lose your name? You had a name, vampire. God damn it. It was Redbug? Redbug, yes, this is true. Let's do that. It's bugged. It happens sometimes. I can't help ya. Bigfinite. Booze Hammer's the other vampire. Well, your scholar died, so I could give you a new scholar if you'd like. Yeah, your scholar is dead. So I will give you a dwarf who would be theoretically good at being a scholar. Beard or no beard? Nutty Wombat. Go snooze. Either is fine. Okay. Let's give you this fish dissector so that they can go do something useful. Dumot. This dwarf. Nutty. I'll just call you Nutty so I can keep track. Nutty is confident under pressure. Only rarely feels strong cravings and urges. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he likes to take it easy. He has a calm demeanor, and he tends to consider what others think of him. Rarely feels discouraged, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He makes a small mess with his own possessions, and he tends to hold on to grievances. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. I didn't even read that line. I just literally saw the martial prowess bit and assumed that was right. When he's thinking, he clicks his tongue repeatedly. And when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. But has poor creativity. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally values artwork and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. He likes jet, nickel, topaz, and ginkgo wood, and bugback bone, and the color auburn, and figurines, and the words of the berries of serenity. And when possible, prefers to consume the anaconda and lungfish and rye beer and giant tapir's milk, and absolutely can't fucking stand snails. And a very long beard, which is braided. Sideburns that are clean shaven, a very long mustache that is neatly combed. And his very long hair is tied in a ponytail, and he is average in size, and his silver eyes are slightly round, and his nose is slightly convex, and his hair is cinnamon, and his skin is brown. It's never too late. He arrives precisely when he means to. Or something to that effect, yeah. So if this is where the penguins go, and where Crab is, where Ellie Seal go? How about Ellie Seals go down here? We'll put a little walkie bridge right there. Somewhere big? Yeah. At least they're not grazers. And for workshops, we're going to go farming, butcher shop, butcher shop, butcher shop, tanner. All right. So, what was I doing? Right. Working on this project up here. All right, Jerry Gord, who am I giving a derf? Checking. Okay. Also, goodbye. Old sorry. Go have a good sleep. Ugh. Streams like this have this weird habit of wrecking people's sleep schedules, mine included. I'll tell you this. You know what I'm looking forward to? After this whole stream is done, I cannot wait to just, like, work out a bit. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's, like, the real reward after the stream is over is just going to be going for a long walk, just running on the spot for a bit. Yes, Fallout Rain is the broker. Hey, Crinkled. It's going well. I mean, timer's still going. I was getting a little nervous when I woke up. It was down to like 3.5 hours when I turned the stream on this morning. I was like, well, worst case scenario, I go back to bed at like 1. Nope. Just nope. Enjoy the lurks, Tobes. Thanks for helping us get through the night. Fort's still thriving, JKRT. It is, in fact. We just managed to trap a bunch of
Fort's still thriving?
giant elephant seals, which are something. Jerry Gord is starting to realize why I haven't had this on for a while. Giant elephant seals. Yes. Speaking of animals, I'm going to butcher a bunch of wolves. A few dogs as well. And a few more penguins. Although with the dogs, I'm actually not going to butcher these two. We're going to war train them. You had someone in mind, but they logged off. Oh, man. I mean, there is always the good old-fashioned raise your hand if you need a dwarf. Baby Blueford is getting a dwarf? All right, chat. What kind of dwarf is Baby Blueford getting? Most popularly named job title goes to Baby Blueford, and if there's options, then I will ask if beard or not from Baby Blueford. If there isn't, then they just get that. Happy Dwarf? Are there blue dwarves? Craft dwarves are blue. Could do like happiest blue dwarf. Happiest blue dwarf? Is that what we're doing? All right, baby, blue Ford. Beard or no beard? Because there's a weaver here. There's a leather worker here. No beard? Okay, it's perfect. You get Irvad. This one. 81 years old, has a spouse and a kid. Babu? Oops. It is now officially my headcanon that the word Babu, B-A-B-U, is just a typo because it's right next to Y. And I've done it twice now this week. Baby Blueford is in a constant state of internal rage. She sees others as selfish and conniving, and is rarely moved to mercy. Is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better her situation. Can rarely be happy or enthusiastic, and is quick to form negative views about things. You seem like a lovely individual. She tends to be stubborn in changing her mind about things and likes to brawl. It gets better. And she likes to take it easy. She tends to consider what others think of her. And she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance and or culture. And she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She can handle stress, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments and laughs in a distinct fashion when she's exasperated, so constantly. Are you in a constant state of internal rage, though? She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, dwarf update. Zed Sticks, unfortunately, your dwarf got mauled to death by a zombie yesterday. She personally believes that the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and values merrymaking and parties, and thinks that introspection is valueless. And those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. Values independence. You know, You're a libertarian from Texas. Is this dwarf? I'm going to keep reading now. She believes that those who waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. Am I dissing Texas? No, I'm more just libertarians. And believes that the importance to conceal emotions and refrain from... believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And she sees that raising a family... she dreams of raising a family, and this dream is realized. Whoa! But, like, it's not wrong! It's like, I could start from the beginning, but... She likes selenite, copper, blue jade, the color is slate gray, icohedra. I mean, if it said that she owned, like, a Ford F-150 and a shotgun, and sleeps next to a shotgun, then truly. You were a mod because you were here when I went to bed. Here, I'll VIP you again. I think that should demod you. Unmod. Arch. There you go. Perfect. You are now a VIP again. She likes goblets and the sound of the lacy phrases, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven sugar and absolutely hates mussels. She is a very thin body with little fat on it, and her hair is clean shaven. She has a round chin, and her copper eyes are slightly rounded. Her dark tan skin is slightly wrinkled, and her somewhat tall ears are somewhat narrow. Her hair is brown with a touch of gray. Okay, so what's going on in that combat line? Anyway, don't mean anything against Texas, really. I just thought it was very amusing. It was just a piece of crab. I think we butchered one of those giant seals. My meat just went to that from 800. Angry crab. Just giant crab. Largely unknown giant crab. All right, so other war dog. You're gonna go here. Also need to check on my Walry soon. There you go. I love how tiny the walruses look. Now that I have these giant leopards, giant elephant seals. All right, so we're gonna put a pen pasture down here. How big is a giant elephant seal in comparison to a giant sperm whale in Dwarf Fort? Okay, I'm going to just construct their cages here because I don't want to accidentally release them. Giant elephant seal, they're both in copper cages. You awaken. Guess what we got, Al? Seal was 24 million. A medium adult one is a 12 million. Okay, so it's like they're 1/4 the size of a sperm whale. One quarter the size of a giant sperm whale. And in a world where a dwarf is 60,000 centimeters cubed, that's a little bananas. Right, I'm pretty sure there's nothing holding this up. All right, it's time to pull a lever. Let's cave this in. You know, we should watch this in ASCII, actually. Chat, do you want to see this cave in ASCII or with the tile set on? Huge, yes. That is the correct description of the size of those things. ASCII? Okay. Asking me anything about me, ASCII. Ah, fuck's that lever. I can't see it! Oh, wait, no, there it is. Alright, been set to be pulled. There's a lot missing from the new tile set. Basically, like, there's no spray, there's no mist. There's just dust, so it just kind of goes... I think it's a lot more dramatic in ASCII. You can see the waves a lot better, too. Literally just waiting for a dwarf to show up. Pull the lever. Giant sperm whales have 1 out of 101 chance of being born with white skin instead of the usual gray. Huh. There it goes. Caving in ASCII. See, there's no mist residue. Can deconstruct that now. Deconstruct that, and then I just need to pull this lever. And I also need to pull this lever. This is more fun to see outside of ASCII, in my opinion. Caved in their ass, see? Obviously. What else could I have possibly have said, eh? Wait, sperm whales have vengeful nature? Really? Why? Trying to melt the ice at the edge of this map. So yeah, all of this happened because of me getting those elephant seals only happened because I've been able to melt the edge of the map and allow creatures to crawl in. It's the only reason. Right, I feel like I've asked this exact question before too, Stone. I've also never read Moby Dick, so. And you know what? I have no intention to. I think it's time to start a new area for slabs a little bit. Maybe like back up here. Start digging out a little spot back here for them. Oh my god, they're trying to place them. I'm looking for a dwarf moving really slowly. Actually, somebody might already have the task. So this dwarf is constructing one of the cages with the giant elephant seal in it. Let's see how fast this dwarf is moving. The whole damn city. I'm so happy with how it's turned out, frankly. It's been a fun fort to play. This is like the most fun I've had with a fort in this version of the game, I think. And I think I've said that about the last few forts, but genuinely, this is the most fun. And the reason this is the most fun is because this is the first fort that I've played where we don't have the death cap anymore. As long as we can keep trading and we don't lose, like, and we don't gain issues with the enemy forces, like, yeah, we can just keep going. Like, I don't have to break the game to have traders anymore. So, it's cool. Dwarf just wants to be with family. Has no family. Okay, so agitated giant elephant seal. Giant crab is fighting with a miner. Oh, shit. What? I say, do I have an untrained giant crab? Nobody got knocked in the water. Where did the miner go? Do we have a crab mutiny? That would be a incredible situation. Maybe I've slaughtered too many of the crabs. Well, let's slaughter some more of the crabs, actually. Also, I haven't seen Krabatha in a bit. Where's Krabatha? There's Crabstration. There's Shelly. There's Plankton. There's Krabatha. Where's Lady Krabatha? Lady Krabatha, are you okay? Splattering of crab blood. Crabs have blue blood in this. Did you know that? I didn't. I do now. So there's... Oh, I see. It's probably this one that's semi-wild. It's probably this semi-wild one. The dwarves are chasing it and trying to train it. Well, there was a crab chitin here a minute ago. We gotta get rid of that. I really need to keep very close eye on when that dwarf there. Let's just make sure that these elephant seals have trainers assigned. They do not currently. Any. So, who was saying that the named ones can't receive training? That the named ones can't receive training, I don't really know what to do with it aside from maybe put it in the arena. Also, let's clear out some more cages. No, if they're agitated and they can't be trained, they can't be used as pets. Might want to do something with the undead crab shells. It'll be fine! The dogs are dealing with them. It's more the dwarves that I'm concerned with. Seriously, though, I saw a child kick one of those crab shells to death. They're not that bad. Phoenix, what's up? Could turn them into meat. I'm wondering if I can, like, train them and then butcher them. But if I can't even train them, then I just... If I can get them to train, then I will just see if I can butcher them and just do it very carefully. Anyway, it's time to train the soldiers. Brockley hates his job, I think. I think I need to give the dwarf the military a vacation. Actually, it's something I need to do. because they've been working kind of nonstop for a while. Warmstone cannot melt, no. Ooh, a weaponsmith withdraws from society. We'll have to pay attention to that after this. Cold-blooded got stuck outside of the arena. We'll let you back in. Now you can reach the location. Or don't. Talon Arthos coming to pull the lever. What's the gist of this fort? We melted and thawed a untamed wilds ocean. Everything else resurrects, and we're taming a lot of animals and killing zombies and just ignoring most invaders. Speaking of invaders, this is an arena that we've built full of zombies, but also there's invaders in there, so it's kind of like the enemies are fighting the enemies, and we're also fighting the enemies. It's a good time. But they'll come back in a minute. So, or some of them will. We're also really far away from our home civ to try and build a new stronghold far away from the main war. Weaponsmith is better than Willsmith. Yep, and his claim to Magma Forge. We are breeding giant crabs. We are breeding, about to start breeding giant elephant seals. We're currently agitated. I might actually chain them up. Like, it's kind of mean. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the elephant seals from cages to chains. Because not to like knock them or anything, but I really do not trust them. So I will give them a pond thing. And if they ever have kids, their kids can use the pond. If we're ever able to tame them, they can use the pond. But they will not be able to use the pond. DeStorm, thank you very much for that prime. Have I seen the movie Tusk? No. I mean, owls, you've more or less nailed the gist of it. Lava safety is just like water, except instead of drowning, you burn to death. And it moves slowly, so it's less dangerous. So timer 4, we're doing a subathon. So I've streamed, I turned the stream on initially at about 9 in the morning on Sunday. We streamed for 46 hours straight. And we're still going. Although, I've slept twice. Don't freak out. But I did stream about 17 hours yesterday and about 16 the day before. So, subs, bits, tips, all that adds to the timer. And I can realistically go until Thursday morning, theoretically. But if we don't make it that far, I'm totally okay. I'm absolutely fine with just going the fuck to sleep. And sleeping early. So, I slept for about 5 hours last night and about 7 the night before. So yeah, subathon. I'm actually just kind of curious. We are 60% of the way through my required hours for the ad incentive this month. That's actually very funny. Wait. It's day 7. Normally, I hit that point at around day 20 of the month. So what's the movie Tusk, JKRT? Is this something I need to look up, or? Rex the Bone Carver's been found dead? Did you die to a... Rex, did Did you die to a crab? Rex died to a crab. God damn it, Rex. Pandasaurus Rex, I'm sorry, your dwarf is no longer among the living. Rolf, thanks for gifting a sub to Zed Stick. A sub? A sub to Zed Sticks. It's a really weird Kevin Smith movie. What is happening? Leebot69 is now dead. Rumble. Must have just been bleeding out. I see. Okay, so Crab came back to life and took out 2 dwarves. And well, you're gonna go... Oh, no, not there. You are going to go... here. And you are gonna go chill. One of those bodies is being removed.
Psycholabs here. C1 Iborn is now making me say, Daddy got himself a new pair of shoes on the market today. How's my dwarf? No, I didn't enjoy that either.
What, getting the shoes or asking how your dwarf is? Your dwarf is fine. Can't say much for the rest of them. Also, Psycholabs is also fine and is filled with internal hatred. So, everything is awesome. But you know what's even better than that? C1 Iborn? You know what's even better than that? Yeah. That's what's even better than that. So apparently the named elephant seal is trained. So I'm gonna try and assign it to this. We'll see. We're going to the ceiling with this goal. Armorfin found... The fuck's going on? Okay, the crabs are revolting. I don't like this. Okay, hold on. Can I not tell you to kill the... I can't... I can't target a crab? I'm coming to the realization that these crabs might have been a mistake, Chad. Anyway, Farmer Fem got pushed into the river by a crab. This is... That's funny. That's not funny, but man, that's fucking funny. Okay, well, they splatted the one semi-wild crab. Two of them. Eugene is fine, but unfortunately Eugene has felt some trauma. I guess occasionally we just need to do that. We just need to go into the crab pen and just, like, clear out the ones that are no longer tame. Yes! Yes! I've won the video game chat. Also, I have reason to believe that the crabs killed my war dogs. Also, the weaponsmith has begun a mysterious construction. What? The funny thing is, I'm saying that I'm winning at DF, yet like everybody's just fucking dying. Like there's just death happening left and right, and it's like actually kind of a problem. But yes, this is what winning in DF looks like. There's bodies everywhere, but I have giant elephant seals, so you know, fuck it. Yeah, the crabs might actually be taking over. So is the crab chitin.
Blind's Crab Shack.
Crab this shack. Oh, that's also not helping. What's fighting now? Was attacked by the... Oh, one of my dwarves' mutilated corpses is fighting me now. Okay, well, at least you won. Okay, zombies everywhere. Crabs are taking over. We have giant elephant seals. Zubafu. Your name just reminds me of Zaboombafu. I think I said that to you the last time you subbed. But thank you very much for that second month. Welcome back. There's still fighting happening. I think it's mostly crab chitin at this point. Yep, McDerby is They're just repeatedly punching crab corpses to death. There's also a crab climbing the wall. And I'm assuming trying to climb out. This crab here is trying to climb out, I'm assuming. Not only is this a crab chitin, it's only part of a crab. And because of where it is, we can't get to it. So I actually have to send the military down into the trash bin to kill it. All right, guys, get down into the garbage mashers on the detention level. Okay, well, bits fell off of it, and it fell down. Also, bits fell off of it is my favorite falafel shop. Okay. Everybody get out of there. You know, I feel like most things really need a vacation. Kind of irrelevant of context. Just in general, most things need a vacation. I'm still waiting for my baby walruses to, make a baby. Clay commander is fighting with a corpse of some sort, which is now dead again. I guess that's good. I might need to drain all my creeks to get these bodies out of here. I may have to do that soon. The problem is I was a genius and didn't give this side a drain, I don't think. Yeah, super didn't. So I'm going to have to be super careful about how I fix that. Platinum Spear. Okay. Not what I would have wanted. But no Lidino, as the weaponsmith, has created Zeta Mokol, a platinum spear, and offers it to the Whales of Drowning. How much do you think it's worth, chat? I'm betting around 8 or 9,000. Maybe 10. Maybe 10. 240k. Oh boy. Tree fitting? Yeah, that's the correct guess. Anyone know if you can go into the settings somewhere and add more words to the fort groups? Like from the search list? Oh, you mean like adding more, like for the faction names? I think that there used to be, I don't know if it's possible right now, but there used to be some mods that like expanded the Dwarven language. Because you literally, so each faction has their own language, right? And they have a limited number of words. And certain things can only be named within the Dwarven language. So the constraints of the Dwarven language. Sonic got nuked. What kind of dwarf would you like? $1 million. All right, let's see. 22,000. Did anybody get it? I think Aegis was closest. No, wait, yeah, Aegis was closest, I think. Damn. Well, you're just off by a factor of 10. Yes. Armorsmith or weaponsmith, got it. This is a platinum spear. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular siltstone cabochons and studded with platinum and encircled with, it is studded with platinum and decorated with coyote leather and apple wood. This object menaces with spikes of floating guts leather and siltstone. On the item is an image of an old man in Sard. On the item is an image of forgotten beast in Sard. How did we get floating guts leather? Damn! Aegis, good win. Also, good for you too, Felsner. Well, that's going into the Weaponsmith's Guild. But you wanted a weaponsmith or an armorsmith? You care about beard. Actually, we do actually. We have options. Beard or no beard? Okay, beard. How about this one? I'm gonna put on a hoodie. I'm getting cold. Ugh. Number go up? What? What number go up? Hi, last crew. Oh, number go up. Thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. So I have this plastic ground mat to like keep me from destroying my carpet. I think I need a new one. It just cracked and now actually straight up just has a hole in it. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I just really needed to stretch. Okay. Try, can I get a round of beers for last group making number go up? By making numbers go up. Now let's find Sonic again. Where was Sonic? Assuming I actually named you. I don't, maybe I didn't. I was gonna give you the really happy weaponsmith. Really happy weaponsmith with beard. This one. Aerith. All right. This dwarf seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. He has a sense of duty and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He enjoys the company of others and tries to keep things orderly, though he often feels envious of others. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and Blind is doing dumb voices because he's sleepy. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he's quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he lives a fast-paced life and has a greedy streak, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore, and often talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous, and when he's speaking, he usually lowers his eyes. I said duty? I said duty. Difference between duty and duty. Come on, man. Have some self-respect. Because he couldn't get the adamantine for his adamantine Warhammer artifact? Why would they want adamantine specifically? We have steel and platinum. Also, this is a good one. Diamond Destruct is your marital grandfather, who is our resident local necromancer and old man with round beard. That's kind of funny. His dry hair is extremely long. He would be very thin, but has opted for some muscle and fat. And his slightly close-set gold eyes are round. His ears are extremely narrow, and his head is broad, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark tan. I'm gonna be moving around because I'm actually stretching my legs. So if I look like I'm fidgeting, that's why. I'm standing and stretching my legs. All right. Well, crossbreeding isn't possible in Dwarf Fortress, so it would be literally impossible for you to have elf jeans. You might have pants that were made by elves, though. Then you would be wearing elven jeans. A blue peahen was found dead. Well, it is early winter, so I guess something died to something somewhere. Something died to a something somewhere. That is like the most accurate statement I've said in the last 20 minutes. Okay, let's, where the last one? We're gonna get the last one here. So the male one is the named one who is trained, and then the other two are semi-wild. But I'm gonna leave these ones chained up. They are not gonna become unchained until they are tame. But yeah. So these are apparently 1/4 the size of a giant sperm whale. These giant elephant seals. Which is, they big. They big. So, quite happy about this. Quite happy. Whoop. Ah, come on. And we also managed to get more giant penguins. I'm trying to breed giant penguins. Now the giant albatross is all by itself. I think I'm actually going to set my whole army, well, most of my army to be off duty for a bit. I think they deserve to just go chill because my army's just been on duty for too long and working for too long. So what we're going to do is we're going to build this. We're going to work on this project up here. Your dwarf is still alive, crinkled paper. Oh, god damn it. There's already fighting happening. Goblin corpse? Well, Umbra Eterna is now dead because apparently a goblin corpse climbed out of the minecart and it killed the Umbra Eterna. So Umbra Eterna is now dead. Brah. What a life. One. No, Raccoon with Matches is alive. A new beard. Dwarves are all moving up. Ironically, being in the military is like the safest place you can be. Because they're the ones that are equipped with weapons and are actually strong enough to kill the random zombies that show up. Oh, M-A-M. Whereas all the other dwarves, like, all they really need is to encounter a zombie at a bad angle and they're dead. Alright. No, I don't. I'm keeping them alive. Well, I do sometimes send them up there, but they're all pretty immune to any kind of post-traumatic stress that could happen. So let's hope that these boulders don't get stuck in here. Yeah, that too. Aegis, that too. In regards to miners and woodcutters, at least having something to hit stuff with. Not bad. I actually quite like how slow this process is. See what this looks like in ASCII. Once again, I much prefer the steam in ASCII because, like, the steam's almost invisible in vanilla. So, chat, what are the odds that a giant agitated leopard seal walks out of here? What? Remember how earlier I was saying that Merlin Buff's still alive? Well, apparently there's a goblin corpse down here. Fundament! Thank you very much for that raid. Hope your stream was good, once again. Alright, well, there goes Merlin Buff. Attunement. I know how to say that. I added a nickname to it so I could guess it more active. Did this child just kill this? So, I think this dwarf deserved to die. Gets killed in their bedroom while going to sleep by a goblin corpse. Then this child just punched it to death. Kid is going places. Kid might live long enough to become an adult. It's just not a word that I'm used to saying. I half see it and I go, I guess. And then I get it wrong every time. Zombies got in? No, we are the zombies. Not that the zombies are getting in. We literally are the zombies. Like, we've got no problems with the zombies just getting in. We are the zombies. The zombies come from us. Pretty much, yes. The zombies are, in fact, coming from inside the house. But yeah, we just need to make sure that these giant leopard seals, if they make babies and when they make babies, Holly Golly, speaking of hard words to say, thank you very much as well for the raid. First stream was good. Zombies are made from people. Oh my god. Yeah. Holly Golly, look at this. Giant elephant seals. Upon consulting the wiki, they are 1/4 the size of a giant sperm whale. Yeah, they're not giant seals. Those are giant elephant seals. They have, when fully grown, full-size elephant seals have, 810 meat. Talk about an elephant seal in the room. I think that these elephants really seal the room together, frankly. Frankly. Stream was good. You implemented difficulty for monsters in your roguelike. Yay! Quick development, A+. Getting a phone call. Hold up. Puns always intended. ammo. Oops. That's all I have to say to that. What are you looking at? Giant elephant seals. I will say oops. Because so that was my my home insurance. So some of you might remember, I mentioned this on stream a couple times, so probably you don't remember. But right before Dwarf Fortress released, my credit card got stolen. Right before Dwarf Fortress released, like, fucking December 1st or something. Like, I had like a $1,100 charge from a Walmart in Texas. I was like, I'm in Canada. That's not a thing that just happened. So had to get a new credit card. And apparently I completely forgot to like tell my insurance company. Anyway, so my home insurance bounced and then it bounced again. So I just fixed my credit card for my home insurance. So oops, that's, yep. No, definitely not you. You weren't in Texas at that point, cutest. Even the balls are bigger in Texas? Yeah, well, so sorry about that. Sorry about the random AFK for a minute. Blind is okay. They're lucky I answered that. Kind of stuff you also forget about. What's even better, but like, what's even better is I do actually remember it. I did actually remember, and like, it came back when she started talking, because the home insurance I use is like this backwards ass ancient, but it's cheap, Canadian insurance company. You can't do anything online. It's all over the phone, or like you send them a check. So if you want to pay digitally, you have to call them, right? Which is why I just fucked off and left and like went and got like account numbers and shit. So because they don't have like anything modern and digital, it fell out of my brain. I was like, okay, I need to call them, and it just never came back. And I just didn't write a reminder down because I was streaming how many days a week back then? I was streaming 5 days a week. So did I miss anything important? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we good. What was I doing? There's combat notices. Thanks for the $3.82. It depends on the company. Highly depends on the company. Okay, it was just a head that we beat to death. Well, that's good. Highly depends on the company. That particular company, they are working on improving it. And they've gotten better in the time. Like, they actually have a website now, which is, like, new. But, I mean, it's the difference between spending $18 a month for really good renter's insurance or $45 a month for not as good renter's insurance. So I'd rather spend more money and use a slightly more, or less money and use a more old-fashioned system than more money and a better system. So it's more because I'm cheap. Less that we have bad IT. Yeah, it is hard to hack a filing cabinet. This is very true. Which is why, like, I needed to phone somebody, and then she had to transfer me to or she called me, and then she transferred me to a different line so I could be on the secured phone line to punch in credit card information to be able to up stuff, and then she comes back over and confirms my account number, and I confirm back. But, I mean, it also, the alternative, though, is, like, if you don't do it that way, then you have to call them, and if you have to call them, then you have to sit on hold for 40 minutes until you get an operator. That is the actual issue with working with them, which is definitely why I put it off back then and then completely spaced on it and never remembered. So, oops. There are still insurance companies that still run like that. Source, I work for an insurance company. No, I mean, life hack, hurt your credit score and don't pay the bill, and then they call you. Well, on the bright side, like, I didn't get a you missed a payment claim sent via letter. It was just them calling me and being like, hey, so you're 3 days late on your last payment and you missed last month. Oops. You lunking him? you're watching our stream today, you were developing an online sales platform for insurance. Well, there you go. Also be back in a second. I gotta put something back. The actual hysterical thing about all that, though, is the one part of their tech that they really should update is they should just have a paper-free option, because she's just like, yeah, these days people don't check their mail. Totally fucking right. There's one thing, like, I'd be willing to bet, actually, if I go over to my mailbox right now and check my mail, there will be, like, at least one letter from them stating, hey, you missed payment. Guarantee that, because I check my mail maybe once a month, because the only thing I actually get in the mail is delivery slips, and most of the time they're just stuck to the door. Yeah, not quite 40. I check my mail maybe 12 times a year. Maybe 12, 13 times a year. There's just no reason to. I get nothing. I check it around my birthday because my grandma sends me a card, and that's about the extent of it. Okay, what are we fighting with now? Oh my god. True Freak may be about to die. Nope, he jumped off the wall. Stunned, winded, and faint. That may have just saved your life, True Freak. Military's coming around. I need to give them a quick access doorway. Run away. Merle. Actually, no, you're a military dwarf, so I could just be like, beat him up. There you go. Oh, never mind. True Freak didn't make it. God damn it. God is taught. Thank you very much for converting that prime to a tier 1. Hey, Rory. Oh, God. You just came back to life. We killed you twice. You fucking Oh, that's because it was... Okay. Anyway, he's dead now. God damn it. Rory, how's things? How's life been treating you, man? Best? All of it? The worst? Anything blunt, so don't make maces or hammers. Anything else is good, though. So blunt weapons are not as good? No, they do absolutely nothing. If you want to literally equip somebody with a pool noodle, make blunt weapons. The thing is, blunt weapons do damage based on weight. So the heavier the material, the more damage they do. And adamantine is one of the lightest materials in the game. So you'll effectively be doing literally nothing. Before it rains for the next week straight? Gotcha. Yeah. Ah, God. This dwarf has come back to life like 3 times. I don't understand what's going on here. Like, genuinely. I'm starting to not understand why they keep coming back to life. I'm admiring my fine chain made out of subs. I mean... What? Blunt weapons are only good if you use a heavy material like iron. Yes, Scooter is correct. Scooter is in fact correct. I don't know. I've just never seen zombies come back to life this many times. At least I don't think. Unfinished business, I would say, would be more ghosts, wouldn't it? Oh, pretty much, I guess, Lagushka. Out of spite and pure determination! Just making sure these things make it over here eventually. Oh. 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 It's flowing way slower than I thought it would. This might actually be a... I mean, it's still working. I just expected this to have way more whoosh to it, you know? We're literally all using silver warhammers, though. And they're all, like, basically artifacts at this point. Oh, God. It's like it's mutilated. Shouldn't be coming back. It's bizarre. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know. How's this? One coming to push you yet? Not quite. What stockpile number is this? This is stockpile number 23. Really wish I could be a little bit more granular with these. Think we might finally be okay. But yeah, no, oh my fucking god. I am at a loss. This isn't a crab. This is literally just one thing that refuses to die. This is absurd. But hello, Sen. What the fuck? Like, let's double check. It's like they should all be using Warhammers. Yeah, that's a silver mace, silver Warhammer, silver Warhammer, silver Warhammer. Like, I've just got this one unkillable zombie. Two. It's these two. Yeah, I've never had this problem before, though, dude. Never. Well, at least they're both out of it now. We'll just set them both to be dumped. And just not fucking worry about it. Hope that this dwarf makes it to the end. They're trying to reach me about my fort's extended warranty. Clearly. Fucking obnoxious, that. Yeah, no, definitely. That's why I selected them for direct dumping instead of just like, you know, the nice roundabout setup. That was something. The sad part here right now is I really, really, really just want to let the dwarves have like a week's vacation. Like I want them to be able to take a break. Get a nap. Yeah. So yeah, no, in regards to the chain of subs, I'm kind of at a point right now where I guess I can't really talk anymore when people ask me, they're just like, or when people comment, they're like, you stream really long hours. I guess I can't really talk about like not streaming really long hours. Be like, I mean, it makes sense because like we're at a point now where this just is illogical. We've gone beyond goofy. There you go. Gone. Dead. Splat. Crush it. Done. Kerplunk. Dead. Now die. I don't think there is a cruelty size for dwarven bedrooms. Like, no bed is cruel. As long as they have space for a bed, a cabinet, and a chest, they're fine. 2x2 is more than enough. But I think Zach and Tarn think 3x3 is their, like, what they want dwarves to have. It's up to you to decide what's cruel. Yeah, it's up to you. Zach and Tarn say 3x3. 2x2 is totally fine. It's more than enough for them to be happy. For fuck's sake, what's fighting right now? God! Flying fucking ball, damn it! That doesn't even make any sense. Can we... Anyway, Chow Not Found is now dead. Why does he disappear? Okay, because they just killed it. You also can just get thrown directly. Anyway, Chow Not Found's now dead. Odith, thank you very much for the second month. Geek 2 Games, why in the world would you want a dwarf in this cursed place? What kind of dwarf do you want? After I name this, after I place this. No, we don't already have giant baby elephant seals. We're not going to have those for a while, I don't think. But you are wrong. Named ones can be trained. But none of those ones will be able to be tamed. We need babies to tame them. Give them a year to do that. They're large animals. Can run around and play with toys. I mean, children don't run around and play with toys. Or babies don't. Children do. So you wouldn't want the youngest dwarf then. But you can have Stukos. Do you ask for the youngest? Your older sister, Deadly, is now running around. Your mom's chief medical dwarf and librarian. She prefers to be alone and is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She is sometimes cruel and, see, here's the thing, right? So here's how taming works. You can train animals, and it lasts for a limited time, and then they cease to be trained. So they will snap back from being trained. The better your trainers are, the longer they will stay trained, okay? If you train a Drathla, you will never be able to tame that Drathla. That Drathla's kids you can tame. But that Drathla you cannot tame. You can train it, and it will lose its training over time. This goes for all animals in Dwarf Fort. So if you trained a Drathla, you did not tame a Drathla. And yes, it will kill everyone when it stops being trained. Sleep well, Lyagushka. Holy shit, it's 3 p.m. No wonder I'm getting hungry. Wow. Was it in trained semi-wild in brackets? Because you said you tamed it. Not trained it, but in my defense. But sleep well. She has a sense of duty, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she can sometimes act with little determination and confidence. She has an active imagination, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. And she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to not reveal personal information. Did you have to do 2 of them back to back? She personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and respects the development of a skill. Dreams of mastering a skill. Likes Pericluse and nickel, silver, and black opal. All right. No, Zwari already has one. All right. I'm going to let you decide who you're giving a dwarf. And I'm going to... I should, like, just kill Zwari. Being all sassy. Although I am going to sit down, though. Yeah. Then don't get cocky. Well, I said kill their dwarf. There's a difference between threatening to kill someone's dwarf or avatar in a video game and then the actual person. All right, let's go. I'm just going to do this. Cages. Dump. 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 Don't care if there's anything in them even. Just dump them. Just get rid of them. Because I'm doing a big old cage reset. I've got too much random crap in cages in this fort. And it's making managing my cages ridiculously annoying. So I'm just going to do a big old-fashioned cage reset. Rolf? Okay, chat. What kind of dwarf is Rolf getting? Peasant, 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 peasant. Let's see if I have a peasant. All right, chat. What other kind of dwarf? Second choice. We have no peasants. Not in lava. Also, literally none of them are lava safe, so there's no point in dipping them in lava. I might have a Gelder. Let's see, do we have a Gelder? I do, in fact, have one Gelder. So Gelder, then? Relatively happy dwarf. Proficient weaponsmith, but High Master Gelder. Hey, Jelly Belly. All right, so this is now Rolf. "82 years old, is quick to form negative views about things, probably due to their job, and is moved by art and natural beauty. And she is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She doesn't handle stress well." Thanks, Geek. She doesn't handle stress well, and she is quite polite, and she's brave in the face of imminent danger. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She occasionally overindulges, and she can be troubled by this because she values self-control. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she does not go out of her way to help others, and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. She personally respects the law and values self-control and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes steel, blue garnet, gigantic tortoise shell sheep's wool, and the color rose taupe, and crowns and animal traps, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies, and when possible prefers to consume leech and guppy, and a blood amaranth beer. She is quick to form negative views about things, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is quite... Oh, wait, I'm reading that a second time. She has a slightly rounded, close-set bronze eyes that are bulging, and her ears are extremely tall. Hello. And her head is broad, and she has a round chin, and her hair is neatly combed. Can I just see something purple? No, that's just a dwarf. And her hair is taupe with a touch of gray. Well, tortoises are a desert-dwelling creature. So you would need a giant turtle, because tortoises are a water dweller. Tortoises are a land dweller, like a sand dweller. Tortoises, no, not turtles are water dwellers. Yeah, there we go. Tortoises are land, turtles are water. Yeah, we finally made it up to that 15 hundo. Ever so slightly squeaked past. Oh, did Jelly lose the bets? Because I was going to say, Jelly didn't just die, what? Shoutouts to an anonymous gifter, gifting out a gift. This whole thing was started by an anonymous gifter, so anonymous twice doesn't work. Don't worry about it. In this world, they've just evolved to live in the cold. Would be my advice. An iron cap artifact? Hell yeah. Narvicious, thanks for the 21st month. And last grew with the $1. Thank you very much. All tortoises are turtles and not all turtles are
FGS
tortoises.
Boop.
Was this one of those situations? I didn't actually know that. It's like all berries are fruit, but not all fruit are berries. And Swedish berries aren't actually Swedish. Water turtle and land turtle? I like this. Actually, I think here is technically tortoise and then aquatic turtle. I can get this siltstone out of here. That looks like a Finnish word. By that I mean it has too many syllables and too many vowels. So you can tell it's Finnish. Because they never quite finished with the language, so they just kind of kept adding letters. I'll be here all week apparently. Just like your dwarf who died, Umbra? I'm so sorry. Thanks for the pennies, Suited. Yes, your dwarf died. You got mauled to death by a zombie just now. Metalhead, thanks for keeping those subs, or thanks for checking out those subs, rather. I misread that initially. The 3 gift subs. I'll put the hype train. They're getting a pond. Well, their grandchildren are getting a pond. They're staying chained up. I'm sorry. I could have shouted it louder, but it was like in the middle of a bunch of dwarves that died kind of all at once. For fuck's sake! Oh. Sorry you did, it's fine. This is what we're doing with all these cages. Make 50 copper cages. They're zombies. Trust me. I've already checked. Blood Odin, thanks for gifting out a sub. Cheers. Twitch needs to, like, actually pretend to care about hype emotes. Forgot you need a new dwarf? Oh well. Now you remembered. That's one way to say hello. Hi, Nev. Why ain't Twitch letting you throw bits at me? Chat, Irish Stupid used to be rich. Round of beers for that. Someone keeps gifting anonymous gifts to things that either I don't want to say out loud or B, very specific people, so I've just chosen to completely not acknowledge it. So I don't know who's doing that. I don't not appreciate it, but it's not my favorite thing, so I just completely ignore it whenever they pop up. Unless they're actually funny, in which case then I do. Damn, okay. Someone's flexing. All right, hi Bane. How are you? I'm gonna be honest, wasn't expecting that. Adding some more to the I can see that. That's $200. Thanks for the
That's flex.
$10, suited. Yeah, that was that's a flex. That's such a big flex that it doesn't even have a special notification. Whereas like $100 does, but $200 doesn't. It just makes the ding sound. And Jerry Gord gifted. Okay, we're gonna be here for a while. Okay, you guys, I'm gonna go get a sandwich. Where are we at? All right. You know what's real great? Neighbor's fire alarm's going off. I can't hear with my headphones on, but. All right. Well, I have acquired a sandwich. I was getting mentally prepared for the wind down. It was kind of nice, actually. I was like, maybe we'll end tonight. Nope. What did Bane do? Favorite? Streamer starboard. The stream never ends. I mean, I guess we're going tonight again. It will have to end, but we can do tomorrow. That's fine. You judge people by what they eat? If I were to say my favorite sandwich, I guess it's a situational thing. Probably a Reuben. Like, favorite all-time sandwich, a well-made Reuben. Yeah, the timer's ticked down while sleeping because I leave the stream running. Thanks for the Prime sub, Consecrated Mike. I gain empathy? That would be nice. If I stream DF enough. No problem, Ranger. Thanks for the $15, geek. Sage of DF is Toady one, please. Well, I'm glad that the learning curve has been lessened. Here's the thing, right? I'm a weekday vegan, meaning I only eat meat approximately once or twice a week, if that. In fact, it's very rare that I actually have meat in my house. Right now I'm eating cheese because it was on sale. What just happened? Heart of the Tiger, thanks for 10 gift subs. Someone's going to be watching this VOD later and just being like, Blind sitting here with the game paused, eating a sandwich, making money. I guess this is the streamer life, eh? Level 7 hype train, $220.77 in bits. Nice on that, by the way. And 56 subscriptions. I can make a really good vegan chili. Put it that way. Blended marinated tofu is real good. I wonder if Mac Daddy's back from getting their hair done yet. Because earlier today when we had like 3 hours on the clock, Mac Daddy threw out a bunch of gift subs and was just like, getting my hair done today. Worried I'm gonna... making sure that you're gonna be online when I get back. Yep, Arch, looks like it. At this point, I could just take the rest of the month off. Ah. The thing is, it's like, this is the most anti-hype channel, Lightning Roger, because people are just like being absurdly goddamn generous and throwing just piles of money at me. And I'm just like kind of in awe. Like I don't even have a reaction anymore. I'm just like, wow. I do this as my job. It's kind of just where I'm at. I doesn't even process anymore. It used to process. Someone should drop 1K now. I think collectively, that's happened multiple times already. Although, for anybody who's curious, chat, I'm going to do this for a second, because I've never done this before, or I haven't done this since Dwarf Fortress launches. I'm going to turn on the all-time leaderboard for a second here. If you refresh the chat for, I don't know, about 90 seconds, you will see the all-time top leaderboards. I want to show you guys where some of you guys have landed. Or actually, I'm kind of curious where some of you guys are now, because this has been such a bananas week. Okay, wow, okay, not actually that many new entrants. Jerry Gord's number 10, though. Look at that. On gifts. That's surprising? Not really. Still getting there on the bits side of things. Let's go to monthly now. 14,139. That's insane. Bane's still winning on the month for monthly. Jerry Gord's in second for gift subs. I moved it to monthly. Hats off to you guys. I'm at a loss for words. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'm at a loss for words. All right. We're back on weekly now. Shid? What are we shitting on? You're surprised that you're 9th in all-time top cheers and gifters? Consistency, I are stupid. Consistency. Consistency. Speaking of consistency, Lumi's just over here screwing up the amount of time it would take for a notification to go off. Are you just going through all of the custom biddies, just seeing which ones there are? Okay. Also, I just want to say, I'm pretty sure that Jerry Gord, your gift subs in the last week alone have paid for all my camping gear that I bought. You've gone places, Ryan. You've been there for quite some time. Okay, let's see if we can stabilize this fort. That's the current plan. It's just trying to stabilize things. I'm supposed to go camping this weekend, but we might cancel it due to extreme avalanche warning and heavy snowfall. So maybe, but I need, like, you know, the whiskeys to show up to do that. Okay. Let's just see if we can let these dwarves chill for a little bit. Frankly, they need it. Subathons are back in the menu? No. The subathon is not on the menu because I have a 4-hour-long doctor's appointment on Thursday, and on Friday I have a different doctor's appointment in downtown. 2 different specialist appointments. So no, it ends Thursday morning at the latest. Is what I mean. Like, I literally can't go past that. Pause it and then it continues? What part of no do you not understand? I don't want to do it more than that. I have to do doctor stuff, and then at that point I need to rest. There's a, like, to be blunt with you guys, like, this is incredible, but there is a point where exhaustion is not, and like physical health outweighs doing stupidly long streams for dumb periods of time. I'm gonna need to sleep for like 2.5 days straight after all this.
Congrats on so much hype today.
Holy fuck, that's delayed. So when I say no, it ends on Thursday morning, I mean that's the latest we're going. Yay, you have a mountain home. So, I mean, I'm already hitting exhaustion point, right? And like I slept like crap last night. I slept like crap the night before. Like I definitely need at minimum a good few days break. Okay, why is that one tile? Like what? We need lava right there, Gim. There you go. Leaf said that they're a mountain home. So yeah, no, I do enjoy doing this, and this has been a lot of fun, but there will be a point where I'm going to need to take a break. But we can go all the way up to that point, and we don't even have that much on the clock yet, so I will play out this whole clock still. I could be convinced if there's like, I don't know, fucking 30 hours on the clock or something Thursday morning to pick it back up on Monday or something, but at the very least I need a few days off. That is something I could be convinced to do. But regardless of if I go camping or not, I will need it the very least until Tuesday next week worth of rest. And especially if I go camping. So if there's a ludicrous amount of time left on the clock, I can be convinced to bring it back next Tuesday. But you have to make it that far. So good luck. This is going to complete... Arch, here's the thing. I am extraordinarily curious about what my ad incentive yelling from Twitch is going to be next month for all this crap. So hopefully we're all on the same page right now. Oh yeah, no, totally. Normally I wake up at 7 in the morning and I start streaming at 9 a.m. Last 2 days I woke up and was streaming within 20 minutes. $234, 235 hours. I mean, it'll be more than $400. I can tell you that, but I can tell you that much. Just filling this up and trying to give these dwarves a break. Let's see. Do I have any slabs to place? Yep. I'll tell you this. If someone drops 1,000 bits, $1,000 in bits right now, I will end the stream right now and do a normal stream tomorrow. You have 5 minutes. It's 3:30. Because Jerry Gord keeps saying the 1,000 bits to make Blind take a day off. But if nobody does that in the next 5 minutes, then stop asking people to throw $1,000 in bits at me. Clap, let me play. No, the actual like Galaxy Brain plays do this. Reds. Sure, square, that'll work. One. That's what you do. But personally, I think I should just play out this timer. Although for me, I guess it would have been green to like match the color. What are you trying to do, Arch? Didn't work. No, I mean, it worked. 3D printing? It's slow. But we're getting there. The funny thing is, like, I've achieved nothing in this fort today. That's the actual hysterical bit. Yeah, and Twitch bans those these days. Sorry. Finishing printing off a storage cube for your son's Switch games? Oh, really? Does it look like a GameCube? Because that would make it 1,000 times cooler. All right. It looks more like a treasure chest that folds open. Oh, interesting. I need to widen this by one. So yeah, Arch, I don't think I'm going to be able to record the podcast this weekend. And that mostly as a joke, but also. All right, 3D printing is going now. We've actually made it to where we need it to be. You need to get your brain out of the gutter, Zwari. Because you're not funny. Yeah, I'm 3D printing using lava and obsidian. It's a DF thing. A dumb IT story from work today. Is it better than the, or is it more scarring than the dumb hospital story that was shared yesterday? Because if so, no. Certainly do not. Okay, then I'm down. What can you print? Are you, okay, so when I'm referring to 3D printing, I'm talking about using water and lava to make obsidian. That's what I'm talking about. What can you print? You can use water and lava to make obsidian. But if you're smart about it, you can use it to make, like, shapes underground. That's what I'm talking about. We're not actually 3D printing anything. How did you get to that, Honk? Actual question. On their laptop with the creamer and said it's water damage, you got the laptop from them and it was missing the escape and F4 keys, and you asked what happens, and they said they took them off because they don't like them. I mean, I know somebody who back in the day, like in high school, who removed the, who removed every single key from his keyboard except for the ones that he used to play StarCraft with, and still used it as a normal computer. So it would like be sitting there typing, except like it had no keys on it. And the other thing that he like would do is he would, and the other thing they had to do with that computer was like the Q key didn't work at all. Like at all. So whenever he needed a Q, he had to copy paste a Q from somewhere else. So he just had a folder on his desktop that was just titled Q, and in it had the letter Q. So he would constantly tab over to his desktop and copy paste. And one person asked him like, "How do you use a keyboard without the letter Q?" He's like, "You don't need the letter Q very frequently, so I just tab over whenever I need it." That was a weird laptop because it also had holes in the side of it from him smacking it whenever he'd lose in StarCraft. And there's a Q in frequently. You should have said frequently without a Q. Or like replaced it with a B or something for effect. Also, we are now officially past that window where blind can end stream if somebody drops $1,000 in bits. So I'm safe. I don't have to end stream today. You guys get stream until timer runneth outeth. Here's a funny tech support story. When I was working night shift in McDonald's, stream's still going. That's how it's going, Conti. So, funny tech support story. I used to have this manager who wasn't very bright when I worked in fast food. She wasn't very bright, and she also wasn't... Sorry, I just got a DM on Twitter for a Kita thing that I have to sign an NDA about soon that I'm suddenly very, 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 very excited about that I won't say any words about. Anyway, not Dwarf Fortress related, don't worry. Frank, thank you very much for the $2. Anyway, she wasn't very bright, and she was an older lady. She was older. That's like maybe unfair to say. Middle aged, and she would always like come in and she walk into the store and she would do opening. So she would do all the opening paperwork, all the computer stuff. She'd fill everything out, count all the tills, and then set up for open. And she worked the weekday shift, and I fucking hated her to the point where I got my schedule down to just Saturdays, so I never needed to see her again, and my life improved greatly. And we were just hanging out. And I'm hanging out in the break room, like about to finish my shift. She comes over and she goes, Greg. I'm like, yeah, what up? And she's just like, I have a problem with the computer. And she's like, you know computers, right? I'm like, yeah. And she goes, well, I have a problem. I'm like, okay, what's the issue? And she says, the password isn't working. Okay. Like, I don't know the password. She goes, that's okay, but you can make it work. All right, so I go over to the computer, and there's just like a bunch of like letters or like characters already written in on the password. And she goes, how do I remove those symbols? And I just clicked it and hit backspace. She goes, oh, thank you. And then I realized that when she types, she looks directly at her keyboard and not at the screen. So she punches the password in on her keyboard and presses enter without ever actually looking at the screen. So she either typoed something or somebody else had written something in on the keyboard and didn't know how to unlock it. And literally all that she had to do on the computer for the paperwork there was scan in a thing and press send. So she literally never typed anything. And didn't know that backspace worked. I mean, it's great. I mean, she obviously remembers her password, but it was one of the most hysterically stupid things I've ever encountered while working with people who have no idea how technology works. I have been in this place before. You found one of the secret sounds, Sentient. You should try 91. What's my McDonald's order? Burn the building down. What? And hope the company goes bankrupt is the other half of my order. You get that with fries? No, a water. KFC, you poor fucking soul. We have Korean fried chicken places everywhere around here, which are like, imagine KFC if it wasn't dog shit. Easy peasy. Definitely bottled so I can throw it into the fire and it pops. I've never actually been to a Popeyes. I don't think we have those here. Oh, for fuck. We got crabs revolting again, chat. Con Total, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. I'm like having to readjust my mental status to figure out how I'm gonna deal with this. Like I was very much mentally preparing to like just sleep tonight. The crab revolution. The crab volt. Oh no. Crabstration went wild. Fortunately, nobody died this time. An 80-week clearing snow, so you wanted to spread the wealth? I hope that was like an overtime full week. Lord, dude. 40 hours overtime? Hot damn. Yeah, most of our snow's gone now. We had some snow a couple weeks ago, but... Here's a fun one. You got a call, and on that call, one of the registers was at a store, was not able to be operated and had a hard time getting in from the story from staff. So it turns out the coworker IT left a keyboard plugged in, and the staff had plopped an object on top of it, and no one else knew what the error meant. But to me, it was too many too many characters. Oh, well, too many characters in this fan fiction. I like that the trained the trained crabs kill the untrained crabs when they become semi-wild. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. We have too many crabs, chat. And I know that's a strange sentence to say. We have too many crabs. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a bunch of crabs into here. I think Crabstration just came back to life. Now we just wait for a little bit until a bunch of them get caged. Time for the Crab Thunderdome. You know, I wasn't actually planning on doing that, but that might be a bit of fun. I can't geld them. That's the problem. Like, here, hold on. Let me show you. Pets and livestock. Find the crabs. See? They are not geldable. So I wish I could. Can't make crab ragoon without cracking a few shells? Without caging a few shells, more like. Besides, my, I must have plated nuts. Oh boy. Besides, my attention has turned to the giant elephant seal enclosure over here. It's become the new priority. Let's see if more than one of them can fit in the cage. I actually don't know. They should be able to. Looks like I'm on the cage. Case. Wait, what? What? Okay, I have a question. Why is there a crab in the... Eurus McFinnigan appears to be caging it. Hey, we're worshiping the crab. Crab's got to pray, man. Crab's praying. I mean, I would be too if I was currently getting, like, imprisoned in a Dwarven Fortress. The crabs are, they're running around. What the fuck are they doing? Guys, come on, just get them chained up. Okay. This is how the fort falls. Holy crap. All hail the holy crab. They want a mist generator? Yeah, but like that's not going to help them stay trained. Just because it makes them happy doesn't mean it's going to make them stay trained. The crabs know they're getting removed? Not all of them. This is actually incredible, though. It's like I've... Uh-oh, that can't be any good. Another one beat themselves to death. Well, Crab McGinnon, you cannot start... Okay, well, someone just beat a crab leg to death. Incredible? What kind of dwarf would you like, Ordith? sorry, this is a bit much. Probably. Beard or no beard? Ordith? We do definitely have weaponsmiths. Beard cat. Go with Rovod. Ordith has a great sense of self-esteem. Oh, sorry, has a low sense of self-esteem. He is a perfectionist and rarely feels the need to, and rarely feels strong cravings or urges. He rarely changes his mind during a debate. I need to leave the game paused because of the water up on the surface. And he is brave in the face of imminent danger. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is quite polite and is often nervous, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He likes to take it easy, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is given to flights of fancy. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally values good craftsmanship and dreams of raising a family. He likes silver, bismuth, bronze, indigo, tourmaline, albatross, leather, and the color red purple, pigs for their snorts, and the words of the barricades of serenity, and the sound of the phrase of lathering, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies, and when possible prefers to consume longland beer and llama's milk and dwarven wheat flour, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Crabicle mass, please. You want the giant walrus to come back? Well, I mean, we're currently trying to tame the small walrus. I like how you're just like, I want the walrus to come back. So the elephant seals aren't enough for you? You require more than just elephant seals? His very long beard is arranged in double braids. God damn it. All right, now we're good. His hair is clean shaven and his nose bridge is very convex. His slightly hooked nose is extremely short, and his somewhat tall ears are extremely narrow. His brass eyes are lightly rounded, and his hair is pumpkin. His skin is dark brown. The elephant seal of approval. I don't think an elephant seal would approve of that, no. I think I might do this part with buckets. We'll fill this up slowly. Oh, no, that's not a water source. It's a pit pond. And pit pond. Oh, read the word story. Have you guys been adding to it? Let's see. Eurus McFinnigan, the clother, has been found dead. Killed by giant crab. I think. I'm actually not sure what killed you. But the dwarves are definitely beating a crab to death right now. I'm not actually sure what just happened. Because they're both trained. And I can't tell the dwarves to attack the crab, which is the actual crazy bit about this whole thing. You know, chat, I might slaughter every single one of the crabs. because the crabs are killing us. And I can't even commit them or give them criminal sentence. Crabmageddon. But no, I can leave Lady Crabitha alive. But her children are just too much. Although we are slowly making them... Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make them all occupants of this, and then we're going to have a gladiatorial combat against the crabs. And if the crabs win, then by God, they can have this fortress. Well, man, poor Eugene. We'll keep Eugene and Crabitha. Crabs, now what? I mean, pretty much. Here's the beauty of it, though. When I tell them all to be assigned to the cage, they all just leave their zone. Because they're no longer assigned to anywhere specific. Trimkoff has been found dead, for fuck's sake. Oh, man, we don't have a diagnoser right now. God damn it. Okay, hold on. Now we do. Apparently my diagnoser went and died. So I just had a dwarf die in the hospital. There's crabs everywhere, chat. Hopefully they get cut into tiny little pieces before they become undead, and then the military just mop them up. Fortunately, they're pretty similar to spiders in Dwarf Fortress. Spiders without webs are actually really weak. They fall apart. They've all got crabs. I mean, the fort certainly does. It certainly does have crabs. Crabsplosion. The giant crabs are getting out of hand. We have to fix this giant crab problem. I will say, marathon streams like this, really good way to make sure I stay clean and off of weed. Which is also why I've been sleeping so fucking terribly. Or part of the reason, anyway. One of the reasons. Because I'm just out here, like, streaming, and if I smoke weed, I will very much sleep through any hope. Put the crabs in the 3D printer? No, I want to fight them in the arena, god damn it. Come on. Where's the fun of just chucking them in lava? Also, I think every single dwarf that throws a crab into the lava will probably die in the process. This is kind of hysterical, though. Let's follow a dwarf that's trying to cage them. Didn't feel anything after being away from family for too long. Damn right. These crabs also move pretty quick. So the dwarves have to try really hard to pass to them. There we go. Hey, Vervolts. The fortress is having some crab some crab. I wanted to say complications, but with crab, we've got a crabby problem. Bit of a crab issue. We're experiencing the crabocalypse currently in the Great Fortress of Crab. Unfortunately, Lady Krabatha and her children have taken over, and we're having to put a stop to this. No, not crab legs. Those become undead crab legs, and they kill people. So, giant crab emote win? We have to unlock another emote for that. Do you want me to tell you how many subs we need to unlock an emote? Because it would be more than what Jerry Gord was daring people in chat to do earlier. 700 subs? That is very, very optimistic of you. I think it's 3,400 sub points. And right now we have like 1,700. So that's not happening. That or I'd have to get rid of one of my other emotes. I really don't want, which I really don't want to do. Well, I mean, I count sub number because I think sub points are kind of stupid, personally. It's not about server space, though. Damn. I mean, I could make like a tier 2 or tier 3 emote. That's that, but nah. Now there's the... Is this like being lawful evil, lawful good? Or no, chaotic evil, lawful good, and just exterminatus, which is crab? That's kind of what it feels like to me. How's that artifact coming along? Oh, we got a Magma Forge claimed. And they appear to be getting stuff. They got gold bars. Goldie artifact. We're gonna call them Goldie blocks. Salty Tempest is in hospital. Adam is in hospital. Inga's the child is in hospital. There's crab blood everywhere. In other news, banger. I mean, I'm not gonna make one in regards to crab emotes. So if somebody wants to take this crab sprite and upload it onto Better Twitch TV and send me a link, I'll make it into a Better Twitch TV emote. I don't care about that. Wouldn't it be hysterical if you just like randomly got offed? Oh, like wouldn't it just be very funny if like your mayor just randomly got killed by a crab leg? Crabicide? Wait, what? Oh, the front door is open. Well, that's not good. Wait, how is the front door open? We're not in the burrow. Okay. I'm so okay, well anyway. It's not a big siege, so... The crabs will fight? Sure, but I'm just confused as to how the door's open. It was an inside crab, actually. I mean, this crab is fighting. I think this crab just killed a goblin, in fact. I'm so confused as to how the door was open. It's a very small siege, though. Yeah, it's an extremely small siege. The dwarves are in combat now. Fighting with the goblins. Let's one down. This is going to be a pain. Keyfry has been found dead. Timeline are we in? The only one? There isn't multiple timelines? Very much the crab timeline. There you go. Let's just back up. I'm so perplexed as to how the hell they got outside. Or the door was left open. Like, it shouldn't have been. There's no way it should have been. So then how the hell did I let them out? Like, it makes no sense. It's like a crab pulled the lever or something. Doing Armok's work. Sorry. Was the door forbidden? It's not forbidden. Neither is the lever. So I don't know. You know what, crabs? If you can get outside, you can be free because your people need you. This just in, chat. Giant crabs are 45 gremlins in a trench coat. Probably a fact. But yeah, no, they've just been running around on the surface. I'm shocked that, like, random things haven't walked in and nobody's died. Gremlins are pretty small and giant crabs are pretty big. I'm not sure. Probably. It's probably like, you know, those spiders where you step on them and then a billion baby spiders come out of them. Yep, here it goes. Goblin zombie number 1. All right. Door is locked. I don't know how that happened. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. I would have seen dwarves on the surface, but I... Okay, how many... Okay, hold on. First things first. I have to read the word story, I think. Did I not... Did I read the word story, chat? I'll believe you if I didn't. If you say I didn't. Have I done that yet? Unsuspend that. Okay. No? Okay. Who was the ghostly miner? Das Tot Dag Bumrek. Okay. And I think I said this yesterday, but this is either still the worst stream I've ever done or the best stream I've ever done. I'm leaning on worst. All right, you drop in here. And before they've just been working on this word stories for a while. Vast supplies of crabs swim left. Ketchup travels in time to create food. From whence do harpies come? Harpies come, not herpes. 7 days from now, crabs will ride on dwarven beards into... All caught up. All right, so still got a lot of crabs assigned. This is going to be a really heavy cage. I love how they're all just hanging out in the temple, though. That part's kind of funny. All right, so on the bright side, I think things might be stabilizing a little bit. All right, yeah, we still have that strange mood happening. Okay, so we have a strange mood happening with Lead. And Lead is seriously injured. This is a weaponsmith, and they've already claimed gold. We know that much. So I'm going to follow this until any more fighting happens. What are you going to make for us, Lead? Mayor says crab don't actually exist, urges populace to ignore kobold propaganda. Kobold propaganda? Kobolds can't speak. How could they make propaganda? Kobold propaganda would be very ineffective because it would just be like, flub it up this. And everybody would be like, what? Uh-oh. God damn. What the fuck? Why is the door open? You numbskulls. Just get inside, you shit beans. Okay, so something keeps opening the door. Can crabs open doors? All right, vote crab is now an emote, supposedly. I would like to submit a formal complaint to cage traps. Forbidding cage traps doesn't stop them from being filled. Hold on, I'm gonna go make a tweet out of context. Here's a very out of context tweet, chat, for those of you who still exist on Birdsight. I can't wait until all these crabs are locked up. Frankly, I think the concept of a crab that thinks is offensive. Is this a Dwarf Fortress wiki thing, or are you just saying that? Crablin. Naturally. You just looked at the raws? Can they pull levers? Wow. So then me trying to lock them all up in a cage, release them all into the fortress, and they're just running around fucking opening doors and stuff. I mean, if you can keep them trained. The problem is they lose their training over time. But I guess so. I don't fucking know, dude. They're very clawful evil. I think neutral, actually. I don't think they care so much. That's... Oh. I think that... Gremlins in a trench coat. Oh. So I just want to shout out the fact that on my Twitter timeline, it's an image a day ago of me going, "Did you know that crabs are legendary climbers? Same skill as cats." Followed by just a picture of a Gorlak, and then giant crabs can open doors. I also don't know why I'm so surprised. I shouldn't be. I shouldn't be. This should make perfect sense. Of course I saw the tiny crowd. Of course I'm so fucking flabbergasted by this whole situation. Combine that also with severe lack of sleep currently, and also a little bit of exhaustion, and also weird anxiety about that timer bit number being big, and also you guys just being absurdly generous. I don't know, my brain's in a lot of places right now, and most of it is not like, oh, I'm gonna make a comment about the crown on the crab, because yes, I did see it. But what the fuck, crabs can open doors? It wasn't part of the plan. Cherry Gar. It wasn't part of the plan. Okay? It wasn't. I'm not like trying to just knock on raptors here, but I feel like raptors are probably pretty relatively close to like, I don't know, a chicken? So it wouldn't surprise me if they're smarter than raptors. Steve Urkel? I haven't thought about Steve Urkel in a minute. So I feel you on the, I feel old. Fine. Scale. But we got crabby problems right now. And a bit of a infestation of giant crabs in the fortress. And I just learned that they can open doors and pull levers. Did you know that giant crabs can pull levers? I certainly didn't. Another one? That's 2 now. Oh, Crablin? I see it. There you go. It's like a wide gremlin. I'm trying to get all of the crabs locked in here, but there's so many of them. God damn it, Eugene. God damn it, Shelly. God damn it, Crabstration. God damn it, Lady Crabitha. What are we fighting with now? Random zombie goblin. You want to go rescue you, maybe? Nope. Seriously injured? He's awake, though. I like how they're cleaning up his blood, but they haven't, like, picked him up yet. What? Oh, somebody died. I mean, at this point, I'm not even surprised. Crab door is not Hodor. So when people okay, can I just express my sadness about an internet thing right now? I get really sad whenever somebody says Trogdor and they think that I'm referencing, when I say Trogdor and somebody thinks I'm referencing Hodor. I've been getting that a lot recently, and it makes me real sad. I suppose it's just a sign of the times, really, but... Well, they'll let me sleep, just not sleep well. What's Hodor? A character from Game of Thrones. Bane and Jerry are assholes? I don't know about that. I'm not complaining. To be clear, I'm not complaining that the money is big. The money being big is really nice. It means that I can do my taxes and not freak out about how much I owe, and then freak out a lot about how much I'm going to owe next year. So, no, the money is nice. I'm not complaining. Very far from it, in fact. But today, to anybody who's just tuning in, today we learned something very important about Dwarf Fort. And that's, I think, crabs can pull levers. In fact, I'm going to do some science here. I'm going to pull this lever and lock this door. I'm pretty sure the dwarves are all back inside. And if they're not, too bad for you. Okay, so... this door is locked.
At long last, my seemingly psychotic and yet ultimately genius plan has come to fruition. By seeding the crabs with seditious propaganda, I shall take control first of the fort, then the world. Operation Shellfish Desires has begun.
Well, you shall not be successful, and we shall make you claw your way back home. That's all I have to say to that. I mean, thanks for the $1. Crab salute power? Who am I giving a dwarf to? Jerry card. I've run out of coffee, chat. Puny Ben already has a dwarf. I can just tell you that. But that was a good pun. Lumi Bade needs a dwarf. Gravius doesn't have a dwarf, I don't think. Unless I named one and forgot. I don't think I did. Can I name a crab Bilbo Crabbins? At this point, I just want to set them all on fire. Are you sure you want me to name one? I genuinely, I just want them all to die. Except for Lady Crabitha, she can live. The rest need to die.
Soon the crabs will rise up, head to Shell City and crown their king. Vote crab.
I was wondering when you were going to get back, Mac Daddy. You don't need to worry about the timer. Crabs, on the other hand, those you need to worry about. Edna Crabapple? Who's that? Oh, I've never seen a single episode of The Simpsons, but here. How do you do that on accident? All right. Jerry, just confirming. Who am I giving a dwarf to? They only play when they are performing a song in the tavern when there's no other music playing. I don't know what the exact, situation is for them. Dravens? Okay, what kind of dwarf am I giving Dravens then? Ooh. On other news, we have stray, tame walrus calves. We've officially domesticated walrus. We've officially raised domesticated walruses. We're also still working on the giant penguins. And we are also still working on the giant elephant seals. Although they've been trained long enough, and I haven't seen any notices of them losing their training, so I'm going to move the giant elephant seals to this zone here. Thanks for watching or being around the stream enough to be able to get a gifted sub, Old Tactician. Clearly not an animal trainer? I mean, nobody's an animal trainer in this fort. Chat, what kind of dwarf am I giving to Dravens? Dravens? I think animal trainer is totally fine. One for cheesemaker. I think I might actually have paper makers pretty soon. The one training the seal? I'm seeing enough trainer words. Okay, this is what Drevens is getting. Drevens is getting this dwarf. I'm seeing how to spell it. Dravis. Jeez. I had your chat logs open to see, what's the word? I had your chat logs open to see how to spell the person's name. And I apparently hit a hotkey that made me permit you to do something. I don't know how that works, but there's a hotkey in that. Anyway, so this dwarf who just trained to seal is completely helpless in stressful situations like me. Cool. Yeah, I just found a secret hidden Twitch hotkey. He never becomes angry. Fortunately, I did hit the bad one. He never becomes angry and is not inherently proud of his, and he's not readily moved by art or natural beauty. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He lives a fast-paced life and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he rarely feels discouraged. And he likes a little excitement now and then. So, Mac Daddy, question: how do you accidentally dye somebody's hair pink? He's often nervous, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is assertive, and he is greedy. He has a greedy streak, and he is pleased by his own appearance and talents. He doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. Lowers his eyes when he's annoyed, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything. He believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs. Word. And he is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. And he views loyalty unfavorably and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. He likes nickel, claral, opal, giant black mamba bone. I have a petition. What the fuck? Giant black mamba bone and ballista arrows and chickens for their scratching, and giants for their height, and when possible prefers to consume buckwheat beer and hates worms. It would be funny if it was crabs. His left ribs are fractured. Ow. Medium-length hair. Medium-length beard is braided. And his very long sideburns are neatly combed, and his slightly rounded brass eyes are protruding, and his ears are tall. Welcome to the fort. A metalsmith's guild. Well, we can do that. Actually, I think I'm going to cheat a little bit. I think this might be the Metalsmith's Guild. Or maybe, okay, chat, should I make the Metalsmith's Guild this, or should I make this area? You know what, let's actually make, I'm changing my own mind right here. We're going to make this area up here the Metalsmith's Guild. Like behind the forges. Or actually even better, we can do it right here. Let's also check on the water. Oh, perfect. Okay. The magma crab? I mean, I can call the space that the guild is in the magma crab. You can't rename guilds. Petition. Crap. Uh-huh. So you know how, like, I talk about games that are designed to be like this never end up being as good as this, because the whole point of a game like this is to make a game that is just an interconnected system to have... Why is there a zombie crab? For fuck's sake. Is to have just a big old wall of systems set up so you eventually have situations like this. But if you design a game from the... Okay, so I think Krabitha may have gone wild. Nope, that's not... I can't... Are you Krabitha? No, you're 1 year old. Where did Krabitha go? Wait, is that Krabitha? No, that's Bilbo Crabbins. I don't know where Krabitha is, chat. Okay, Lady Krabitha is out here for some reason. Let's go for a run. If you design a game to me like Dwarf Fortress, what ends up happening is you have a over-designed colony builder. But only Dwarf Fortress is like Dwarf Fortress because only Dwarf Fortress has so many systems on top of systems that they end up accidentally interacting with each other, which is how you get insanity like this. So Eugene Krabs is fighting bravely against the zombie crab and just won, but is now bleeding to death. So Eugene Krabs might die a hero here in a moment. Maybe not. But Eugene Krabs is pale and injured. But Eugene Krabs is now officially a war hero, having killed the zombie crab. All right, where's Lady Krabitha? Okay, Lady Krabitha is supposed to be in here. And this is just a wild giant crab. Crabs have blue blood, yes, just like real life. I'm going to kill this crab because this one is wild, apparently. It's completely lost its training. A weaponsmith has begun a mysterious construction. Crabs have blood. Surprise, Pikachu. Vervolts, you requested a dwarf. I did see it. I've just kind of... sorry, this has been a lot for the last 2 hours. What kind of dwarf would you like? Too many crabs? Yes. Got a bit of a crab issue. Copper statue. It's a crab-like color. Okay, crab then. Crab? Oh, there you go. Giant crab. We'll name it. And we will well, we're making them out of copper. Let's just do 50 of them. I'm gonna make 50 copper crab statues, and I will just place them sporadically throughout the fortress to memorialize whatever the fuck this was. For no reason other than... And so that we don't accidentally place the wrong statues, I'm going to go into the stock screen, and I'm going to go grab all of my statues from the stock screen, and I'm going to forbid all of the current copper ones until the new ones are done. Sensible? I think so too. And then I can feel less bad about locking them all in a cage. And then, you know, I should lock them all in a cage and then just release them onto the surface. I think that might be even better. Just be like, okay, crabs, you win. Go free. Your people need you. I think it would take away the dwarves, what's it called? The thing is, I have no hunting turned on right now, Dravis. So, like, bearded, maybe a smith of some sort? Okay, well, that metalsmith is currently making an artifact. But it doesn't have a beard. How about Obok? Vervolts is uneasy dwelling upon seeing a dead body. I would too. He is an optimist. He thinks the crabs will be gone soon. He is readily moved by art and natural beauty, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace. For Fuggle's sake. Oh, that's fine. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. He can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings, and he is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He is quick to anger, and he tends to be passive in discussions. It's fine. And he doesn't seek out excitement. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he is generally he isn't particularly ambitious. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he can handle stress.
Door. Vote crab. Door. Vote crab. door. Vote crab. Door. Vote
He
crab,
personally holds
door.
shrewd and
Vote
crafty
crab.
individuals in the lowest esteem and disdains loyalty and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and doesn't particularly respect commerce, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Led, the weaponsmith has created Thanang, a gold battle axe, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor records. Crafts nations. We'll read that in a sec. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Imagine if that was a Warhammer. I won't, because it's not, and that would make me. And it makes me sad thinking about that. He likes orthoclase, billin, moss, ogate, bayberry wood, giant giraffe leather, the color dark tan, and I heard a thunk against my door. What the fuck? Giant two-humped camels for their hump, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and when possible prefers to consume red squirrel and bog hopper and hard wheat beer, and absolutely hates flies. Hold on. Be right back. 2 seconds. All right. 2 humps. Camel leather. And what was once a thin frame is now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his sideburns are clean shaven. His medium-length mustache is neatly combed, and his short hair is neatly combed, and his ears are fused-lobed, and his nose bridge is convex, and his slightly close-set round jade eyes are protruding, and he has a round chin. His cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and his hair is tan with a touch of gray. All right, so Thanang. It's a gold battle axe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular tetrahedrite cabochons and studded with gold, and decorated with giant elephant seal bone. That's pretty badass. And encircled with bands of rose-cut dendric agates and giant elephant seal bone, and black cap and cave spider silk. On the item is an image of a mountain home in cave spider silk. On the item is an image of Age Gilt, the bismuth bronze mace in water buffalo leather. Age Gilt is rising. Sackbird, the exaltation of mobbing. The artwork relates to the naming of Sackbraid, the exaltation of mobbing, and Waterlungs by the dwarf Ton Age Gilt in the early winter of 363. No, I didn't. But I think my neighbors upstairs are really bad at cooking. Okay. I know what I'm going to do with the original crabs, by the way. They're each going to get their own individual tiny terrarium with a little bit of water and like, walls. It's not pedestals. And what is it? Okay, it is a pedestal. Can we rename this fort Crablungs? You can't rename a fort, so I hate to break it to you there, but Some migrants have arrived. I pity them. Oh, that's convenient. It's the best spot for them to arrive at. Please tell me the other door's shut. Phew. Okay. I'm sorry I killed your dwarf, True Freak. But, yes. Still going. It's been a very good, it's almost been more of a fun the streamer-a-thon than a subathon. Because subathons are generally strictly subs. Or just a marathon. Are you running away from something? Oh. Don't feel anything while in conflict. Agitated giant crab. Fucking shocker. How'd you die? Chat, please explain with one emote exactly how True Freak died. Rest in peace, Jurist. Okay. Apparently there's also wolves on the surface. Cold-blooded is apparently fighting with something? What? Oh. We're getting attacked by eagles. So apparently we're going to Hotel not giant eagles, just eagles. I guess we get to go to Hotel California now. What? Never mind, giant eagles. What killed you though? Like, actually, what killed you? Kubok? Nobody named Kubok fighting. Well, something killed you. So something interesting, True Freak. We learned that giant crabs can pull levers. That, or I accidentally pulled the lever twice. But yeah, I like to think that giant crabs can pull levers. Agitated a giant eagle, killed him, had a name, probably. Wouldn't surprise me. I think I'm going to bed early tonight, chat. I'm gonna go to bed at like 10. I don't care if there's no mods. If there's no mods around at that point, I will, well, we'll figure it out. I mean, one thing at a time. Although I'm also pretty sure that that giant eagle's actually undead, so. The only eagles I've seen on this map have all been undead. Go to bed when you need to go to bed? You are not wrong. But I'm more talking about in the subathon context. It's time to give these elephant seals sleeping space. But I am starting to get kind of beat, mostly because I've slept for about 8 hours in the last 2 days. So I just didn't sleep well. Turns out it's really difficult to sleep while your stream's still running and you know it. And we don't need to worry about this. It's fine. So they do this. And now I'm going to start going over here. Copper walls, because crab. Those were all the lady crabs that are not yet in prison blocks go. And this is where all the male crabs will go. We're going to split up the male and female crabs so they stop making baby crabs. Although, actually, we'll just do this half and this half. So that Crabitha can still have her throne. So we'll keep the crabs. And keep the memes. But at this point... at this point, they need to be split. So Shelly... and Lady Crabitha can go on this side. And let's actually just make sure Shelly's a lady crab. Mostly certain Shelly is. Plankton. And Eugene can go over here. I mean, we are Waterlungs. It's been a very crabby session of this fort. Oh, that's a water source, not the one I wanted. Eugene. And is there not another one? Belly. Oh, Crab Station. Yes. Why can't I find you? Where the heck is it? Can't find it. Well, whatever. Maybe it's currently being... Oh, I see. It's because it's gone wild. All right, well, in that case, then, I will tell the military to go kill Crab Station. I still want to trap them, though. It doesn't matter. Sentient. 07, exactly. That's the right response. We're crab-strating Crab Station. It's right there in the name. I mean, even Eugene is getting a new home. I mean, that's practically this at this point. You seen how many crab bits are in here? Okay. So with all of that done, let's go work on this something a little bit calmer for a bit. So what was it, the thing that I said like a year ago before everything went to absolutely fucking hell? Ah, right. Chat, I'm going to try and give the dwarves a bit of a break. Fighting starts. It's probably the crab, right? Nope, there's a zombie, apparently. All right. After I kill this zombie, chat, I'm going to try and give this, give these dwarves a bit of a break. God damn it. Crab blood. Crab blood is blue. They're like trolls, essentially. They have blue blood. I'm gonna try and give these dwarves a bit of a break. I don't know how else to say it. But it's something I'm gonna try to do. We're gonna try and just do some chill building. And construction stuff for a little bit. Hopefully. Maybe. If not, then I don't know. I'll sit here and hang out. What are you ing at me for? Downstairs? You mean for the 3D printer? Like a long time ago, yeah. There is no floodgate downstairs that needs to be closed. Besides, it was flowing so slowly, it wouldn't be filling up the fort anyway. I did that like around halfway through the crab meltdown because I was like, I need this gone. Probably around the time you were making the emote, actually. If I had to like put a time on it. Ugh. Crab blood wine? I don't think that, what? That's a sentence I've never thought I'd hear before. Oh yeah, but like, I mean, see? I said I would make the ocean entry wider, but I never actually did. I used to be way better at this when this game was hotkeys only. I could fly through my whole fort and menus without people even seeing them. I'm not quite at that point yet with this version of the game, but I'm getting there. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but I was getting to the point. Or I was getting to that point with the older versions. Because like there's something about just playing the same game day in and day out and day in and day out where you kind of start to get like StarCraft levels of speed response time. And I could just like fly through the menus so fast. Because I just had all the hotkeys memorized and I knew like exactly what I needed to do. Thanks for the penny, Lumi. Thanks for the pennies. Someone break it. Lumi's trying to do a pyramid. All right, so now that Project Crab has come to a conclusion, the dwarves have determined that crabs are a terrible fucking idea. Stay away from them. We are now going to move our sights onto giant elephant seals, because what could possibly go wrong? I mean, like, actually, chat, like, seriously. Hear me out, chat. Giant elephant seals in a resurrecting body. What could possibly go wrong with resurrecting undead, potentially giant elephant seals? What in the world could possibly... I don't know what could possibly go wrong. One is fully domesticatable. This is true. This is true. Can they pull levers? Seals? No. They can blubber them, maybe. But that's not so much of a concern. There's the levers. Does anybody need beds? Wow. The actual crime is after all of this time, I still have some dwarves that don't have bedrooms. Probably get those sorted. I think that's next priority is bedrooms for those poor dwarves that are just running around without bedrooms. Not always. I've already raised one round of walruses. The first round of walruses weren't tame. They were just trained. The second round of them are. I already slaughtered the initial breeding pair. You got all upset with me when I did, Zwari. So the adult walruses I have in my fort right now were the first generation of children. Which, the first round of adult walruses I had babies. The second round I had were children. Although... that can change based on your faction's knowledge of the animal. I mean, maybe we can clarify with these giant ones, but it's supposed to take 2 generations. And it did with these ones. They had random babies that were just well-trained. They grew up. They had babies, and that's the generation we have in the fort currently. I don't think you can domesticate undead animals. You can't even... for some reason, the game lets you train undead animals right now, which it never used to before. But nothing actually happens when you train them. They still kill things. So there's, like, no reason to train them. The ultimate meat livestock? I mean, is there anything big? Is there any land animal that's bigger than a giant elephant seal? Like, how big is a giant elephant? Okay, so no, giant elephants are bigger. Giant elephants, have 730 to 1175 meat. That's it. So seals would be what, like the third biggest then? Unless there's something in between seals and elephants. I'm pretty sure elephants are bigger. And I guess seals take 1, hey? Put them to fight and see who's the bigger one? That's something you'd have to do in, that is definitely something you would have to do in, arena mode. Also, Zwari, I'm sorry. Well, actually, no, I'm not. But you're fired from being my manager. You're taking too goddamn long. The difference is I'm giving the old Baron's office to the new manager. So, you know. Gotta use it for something. I mean, we just got this big old empty space over here. You're fired, you're fired, and I'm giving your office to the new guy. It's not your office. I'm giving the nice office to the new guy. Chat, I got a question. How we all doing out there? How you enjoying today's stream? Can I just get a round of beers roll call? Because I'm seeing a lot of Zwari in the chat. Just curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now, because there's a lot going on. Good, good, good. Excellent. This kind of vaguely reminds me of one day I was watching EJSA, Eric Johnson Space Academy, Kerbal streamer. And he was streaming, I want to say Project Cars. And some rando tuned in and was like, wow, look at this guy viewbotting. Because his chat was real quiet. Like, it was like maybe 2 people talking. And he had like 600 viewers or something. And he said that, or this person said that, and he was just like, viewbotting? He goes, chat, this guy thinks we're viewbotting. And the entire chat just like exploded like that. Except like way faster, all just adding the guy. And he's just like, wow, has to tell chat to wake up. It's one of the funniest bands I've ever seen. But yeah, no, I guess we're in the quiet post the storm, I suppose. The storm of crabs, the great crab showers of 269, or maybe even at this point 268. It was the great the great crab rebellion of 268. We shall remember this. Watching a fisherman flop himself out of your fort. Flop himself? What is flop? What is flopping oneself? The great minds think alike. Guinea Ben. Right, sort of. I'm trying not to doze off, and I'm almost out of coffee. Because I didn't sleep well last night. This is why, like, I planned to wake up at 8. I planned to wake up at 7:30. I woke up at 7:30 and just went back to bed for another hour and a half because I only at that point had gotten about 3 hours of sleep. Although I feel like I've gotten less than that. A butcher does it, not a fish dissector. They're not a fish, they're a crab. All right, let's do that. Also, yes, fish dissector are like the least useful thing in the game. Yeah, you have to hit the big glowy circle. Who knew that, like... Who knew that the whole game was going to turn into Fight Crab for a bit? You know, I still can't really believe that this game is real. There's a 3D fighter called Fight Crab where you... Yeah. I still can't believe that this game is real. This game is very much real. The 3D fighting game, published by, like, a legit publisher, too. That, like, publishes a lot of random anime stuff, but for some reason... Fight Crab. You're a crab that fights, and you fight crabs. It's Fight Crab. See, you wield weapons, and it's like a physics-based 3D fighter. Goose Game and Goat Simulator? No, it's a multiplayer fighting game. Like Tekken. But you play as crabs. Real one of Fight Crab. Fight Crab doesn't exist. I mean, I think that's like I shout out that studio's games every now and again because it's just hysterical. But the thing that's funnier about Fight Crab is their other game, which is Ace of Seafood, which also exists. Which is literally just like a Ace Combat parody game, but you play as fish and you like blow up battleships and stuff. And that's a button as a sardine. Yeah, so like, okay. And then they also made, what even is this? Oh, this is actually just straight up a fighting game. An aquarium fighting game. There you go. So, I mean, they have an aesthetic and they have a shtick. I think those games are real. I think the rule is Japan's indie development scene is wild. I'm pretty sure this fort turned into Fight Crab for a hot minute there. So here, this is going to be a guild hall for a metalsmith's guild. Oh, right. Made an artifact table. We can totally throw that artifact table into here. Do conglomerate next to that for thrones. Let's do that. Man, Dwarf Fortress is such a chill, vibey, relaxing game until there's crabs everywhere. It's now we're just back down to the vibes again. So we're gonna start getting statues of crabs pretty soon. Eurus Baron, we have negotiated the peace with the Crabulian era. Well, not really. It's more like we've successfully enslaved them. I wouldn't quite say that we've brokered peace with them. We put them all in cages and then separated the last few breeding pair. I wouldn't say that we have successfully brokered peace with them in the slightest, actually. I'm quite the opposite, in fact. It's dwarven propaganda. What, the brokering peace? I suppose that I could live with. We're telling the dwarves that we brokered peace, but in reality we actually just ate them all. Enjoy your meals, dwarves. Lady Krabatha will be pleased with you. I mean, I don't think hunting animals is against dwarven ethics in literally any way, so I don't think we have to worry about breaking the dwarven code of ethics by, you know, eating crabs and imprisoning crabs, because they are just livestock. Doesn't matter that they can open doors and pull levers, apparently, but... Is that a bit in SpongeBob? I know like nothing about SpongeBob lore Fallout. I've seen like half of the SpongeBob movie and maybe 1 or 2 episodes of SpongeBob in my life. Yeah, I guess they could be they could be a cultural symbol. Yeah, that's not wrong. It's heavily inferred but not said. Okay. This is now a grand guild hall. Makes me wonder, what do engraved clear glass floors look like? There's a skit in Robot Chicken where they do that? Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I was not a SpongeBob kid at all. Question, can you assign this queen to a solo squad and have her invade the caverns looking for... yeah, I mean, you can do that with any individual dwarf, and a queen is just a dwarf. Are you trying to kill your queen? Because that might end up with you killing your queen. But yeah, absolutely, you can do that. I often put royalty into squads by themselves and then tell them to just train. No, I mean, I went to a Toys R Us occasionally, but I wouldn't describe myself as a Toys R Us kid. It's trying to make you make stinking ballista bolts. All right, yeah, I mean that'll kill her. It may also make you incapable of becoming a mountain home if you care about that. Oh, there we go. We got a line of crabs. Excellent. I've made it to the point where we're getting crab statues. Chat, please tell Knob what fun things happened today using one emote. I'm kind of tempted to make that crab into an emote, but I don't know what emote I would replace. Yeah, you missed me saying nothing, I don't think. Yeah, no, I mean, it might. The only thing that I think you may have missed is you might run into issues with becoming a mountain home if that's something you're trying to do. But if you don't care about becoming a mountain home, yeah, it's like you absolutely can do that. I just don't know which emote I would replace. And I like all my emotes, and I don't want to replace any of them. So I think I'll just leave it better Twitch. We should go pester Kit Fox to get these better Twitch TV emotes in their chat. Wicta, what kind of dwarf would you like? Suited Giraffe, thanks for chucking a sub at Gris. Just any dwarf? I'll give you the happiest dwarf that isn't named. Who is one of my doctors, apparently. Named Doran. Wicta is incredibly calm in the face of. It has a very. Let me try this again. She has an incredibly calm demeanor. She is frequently depressed and impervious to the effects of stress. Your queen must die. The duke that made you make 87 traction dentures was a bedroom also accidentally flooded while he was sleeping. All right. Very revolting dwarves, I see. She must find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and she dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, although traction benches do kind of suck to make. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She is bashful, and she often feels lustful, and she often acts with compassion. She is curious and eager to learn. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she likes to take it easy, though she is stubborn. And she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She has a sense of duty, and she exhales sharply when she gets angry. When she is nervous, she allows pauses to occur in the. She exhales sharply when she's angry, and when she's nervous, she never allows pauses to occur in the conversation. So she would make a good streamer as long as she was nervous. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Griskus. Yeah, I've definitely have a mayor like that right now, who is constantly making me make ballesteros. So you know, I'm kind of with you there. Personally finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. And she values hard work and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. And she doesn't really value merrymaking and dreams of raising a family. I was watching a stream once. No, you're not in danger. I don't care and have plenty of materials to make them. But if I didn't have plenty of materials to make them, yes, you would be in danger. I once was watching a stream, and there was a mayor that kept making demands for traction benches specifically, which is like the worst thing that somebody can demand. Kept on demanding traction benches, kept on demanding traction benches, kept on demanding traction benches, because like it's a mechanism, a rope, and a table, right? It's 3 items you need to make, and he was demanding them 3 at a time constantly. And so you know what he did? He had a vampire in his fort that kept eating people. He blamed all of the vampire murders on that dwarf, and that dwarf went insane in the cell, and he got a new mayor. He blamed all of the murders on the mayor and got a new mayor. Which is, just, it's great. Fantastic. Because he was already pissed, right? And then he was humiliated when he went to prison and was like completely angered at the unlawful arrest. He got a new mayor. And me and chat and everybody in his chat all kind of agreed that, you know, it was a legitimate revolt. Police coup, if anything. Kind of funny. $700 for the lemon rant. That's all I'm going to say because you said lemons. Pretty sure the standard noble bedrooms will include a floodgate. Maybe yours. I don't like doing that. Like I try my best to just kind of deal with it unless they start tantruming. Like unless they're like really, really moody and tantruming a lot, I generally just tolerate and do what I got to do to keep them happy for whatever I need to do. Even if it's like painful and difficult and kind of a pain in the ass sometimes. All right, let's get back to reading. She likes native aluminum, iron, and peridot, and giant gray squirrel leather, alpaca wool and linen paper, and gems and short swords and crowns and splints and goats for their eating habits, and foxmen for their cunning, and the sound of the luxurious queen and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume tapir and blackberry wine and ginkgo seeds and papayas, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Bang. Description-wise, her nose bridge is convex, her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a round chin. Her gold eyes are slightly rounded, and her burnt umber skin is wrinkled. And her hair is mahogany with flecks of gray, and her nose is somewhat narrow. So that's your dwarf. You're a member of the Walled Coven, and a member of the Miners Guild, and the Doctors Guild. And we have an artifact being made. I'm going to let that dwarf go make that artifact, and I'm going to go up here. I'm going to do 2 things, actually. One of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to deconstruct this minecart track. Because this minecart track here, coming from number 27, is no longer needed. Area is clean enough. I mean, there's a few boulders back there, but So this right here can go away. We do not need this minecart track anymore. I might keep half of it around, but most of it is going away. So to that one person who said that this minecart track is ugly, yeah, I agree. Because I swear it's temporary. It was the plan for it to be temporary, and you know what? It's still temporary. And because it was temporary, it's time for it to go away. Just like I said it would. I'm a dwarf of my word. Just because you had to wait for the crab uprising to be over before it went away, well, coincidence, merely. I'll figure out what to do with that. Maybe a different stockpile. Stoneworkers Workshop, actually. I think you jinxed it, actually. If you hadn't said anything, where I would have gone for the weaponsmith. How am I liking the progress with this fort? This is the most fun I've had with a fort since this version came out. I think this is the first fort where I've really gone, all right, I understand all these new systems and how to contort them, and I don't feel like I'm beating my head against the wall with anything anymore. Every other version, or every other fort that we've played, we've either had some sort, like anybody who's been around since December, right, will probably remember that. What, I had like 4 forts in a row that died to bugs. And then Sizzle Tongues was great, but kind of got stupidly laggy towards the end, and I couldn't fix it, even with DF hack. This one is like the first fort that like I'm not having any of those issues. So like there's definitely chaos, but like I also didn't run into the issue that Sizzle Tongues ran into, which was like we just stopped getting migrants, right? But like this one, I guarantee you 500 things have died on this map, or thousands of things have died on this map. But we still have we're still getting migrants. So they've fixed the migrant problem. So I'm able to, even though this fort's 19 years old, which, you know, lots of things have died on this map. I feel like stuff is still happening. And that's nice. It's a good feeling. There's been a few super cool highlights to the point where, like, I wish that I had, how do I word this? I wish that I have an editor for YouTube, right? I wish I had a better editor who would watch all of my streams, who I could pay a full-time wage to just watch all my streams, take notes, and then at the end of each stream, or one day a week, edit a video. I wish I had somebody who could do that, but I can't afford to do that. I stream too long to do that, and I couldn't afford to pay somebody to do that anyway, so. Yeah, same, suited. I'm very curious to see what comes in with the patch this month, because like there is going to be a patch this month, right? Like Tarn said, there's gonna be a patch this month. So I'm really curious as to what makes it in. I'm curious about what things Putnam's teased is gonna make it in, and I'm curious about if Tarn's actually worked on anything. I mean, like, I kind of feel like though it's kind of mean of me to say I wish Tarn was just at home working, because he's traveling, right? Like, supposedly he was in Europe at some secret thing. I've heard from a couple of sources that Tarn was in Europe briefly, and then he was at DICE in Vegas. Apparently, he's at another thing. He went to another thing after Vegas, and now apparently he's back home working, but is going to be going to PAX again at the end of this month. I don't know if he wants. I don't know what Tarn defines as a vacation, though. Tarn might be the same sort of person like me, where like Tarn's idea of a vacation is just to be at home and work, but not work on features people want and just work on features he wants. That's kind of always the gist I got with Tarn's definition of vacation. Like my definition of vacation is like stay home, but also have like a friend I can hang out with 3 nights out of 8 days of a week. And not have to stream or make videos. That's my idea of a vacation generally. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm very much a staycation kind of guy. Like, I like vacations. Vacations are great, but I feel like I'm usually more tired by the time I get back from a vacation. So usually if I'm going to actually go on a vacation, I want like a day or two after I get back from the vacation to actually rest up a little bit. Traveling's exhausting. So we've got kind of an empty Smith's Guild, but I think it looks pretty good. The good news, though, is can dig down here and we can make some more bedrooms. Weird ass sounds coming from my neighbor's apartment right now. Either somebody is very vigorously scrubbing a bathtub, like it's that kind of sound, or someone's having fun up there, and I can't quite tell, fortunately. It's like that weird squeaking sound that like scrubbing a bathtub makes. You know what's one of the curses about having crappy eyesight, chat? Is I'm cursed with extremely good hearing. So like I've got my volume at like minimum level on my computer, but I can like hear what's going on in my neighbor's apartments at most times. It's one of the things I really, really hate about living in a condo is like I can like when I can't do this when my headphones are on, but I can tell where in my neighbor's apartment their cat is. So, that's how good my ears are. Can I hear their bed? No, but I can hear them, like, talking. And I've had other people in this apartment before, and every single time it's like, oh yeah, no, I can hear, like, kids jumping up there, because I know they have kids, but... It's like, no, I can hear a lot more than the kids. I know I missed the stair on the last bedroom because I need to deconstruct a thing. I need this floor gun. So now that I've got those statues ready, crab statue, crab statue, crab statue, crab statue, crab statue, and oh look, crab statue, fascinating. Crab statue, crab statue, crab statue, crab statue, crab statue, crab statue at the entrance to the elephant seals so that they know who their boss is. Oh my god, there's another one. Wait. Holy shit. So you know how the other animals, their puppies are tiny and they grow up? This one is already full grown. We got a baby elephant seal. Hell yes. Yeah, no, so it's not bugged. This baby elephant seal is well trained. It's well trained. It's not domesticated. It's well trained. So the first babies are not domesticated. They're just well trained. Well, okay, just let me stare at this and see then. Because I'm like 99% certain that didn't happen. But if it did, then yes, that is a bug. Or that should be considered a bug. And if so, that should be reported.
Crypt L, Crypt Beer, Crypt R.
Crypt L, Crypt Beer, Crypt R. Crypt, are you satisfied with those emotes? Thank you very much for that second month, Pax Mac. But you know what that means? That's actually like an awesome thing. It means that the first one wasn't a misclick. That or you forgot. So, one of the two. But thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. I wonder if it's like that bug where, when dwarves go outside, they immediately lose all of their cave adaptation. Because everybody in this fort should be cave adapted. I wonder if it's related to that bug, maybe. Well, yeah, maybe you're right. We'll see. Pup, not pups. How's things, Darren? We are training giant elephant seal pups. You mean on Twitter? Yeah, okay, yes. I did find out giant crabs can open doors. Whoa, that's a sketchy place to show up, guys. Oh boy. Sweet. Let's turn this on. These humans sketch me out right now. Watch out for that lava. Humans in the danger zone. Yeah, these are definitely humans. And before one of them just bursts into flames. But yeah, no, we found out that giant tame crabs can open doors. So I've had to separate them, and then the rest of them all live in here. I'm kind of just waiting for them all to become wild, and I haven't decided yet. I'm either just going to place the cage upstairs and pull a lever and release them all, or fight them, or something in between. I haven't fully decided yet. Or like, I don't know, put them in a long hallway and then make an army of goblins fight an army of giant crabs or something. I don't know. I feel like that would just end with a bunch of undead goblins and a bunch of dead undead giant crabs. And we're also training giant elephant seals. So that part's pretty cool. But how's your day been, Darren? The timer's still going, so. Timer's still going. We're going pretty strong. Stronger than yesterday, actually. We've gained more. I just looked. We've actually gained more time today than we did yesterday. Although yesterday just started at a much higher number. By the end of it, we were at a much lower number. Number go up? Clearly. Something that I feel kind of bad about, I don't know if they're in the chat right now, but earlier, or rather, I think it was Saturday. I can't remember what day it was, but it actually might have been Friday. Orange sent me a text. He's like, "Hey, I'll be back in town on Sunday. Like after your subathon Sunday night, do you wanna go get drinks?" Like, I don't think I'll be done by Sunday night. Let's place some more statues of crabs. I'm sure the crabs will appreciate their self-portraits. Of their grand dynasty. Place one here so that the walrus knows who their god is. Place one there to hide the mud puddle. Place one there for no particular reason. Place some in the hospital. What do you need? Why are you still in the hospital? Traction. Treatment history. Description. Wounds. Crutch. Oh, crutch required. Let's make goblin cap crutches. For exceeding the speed limit? Oh my god. How much did you exceed the speed limit by? Seems kind of overkillish, but at the same time, good that those protocols exist. 6 miles. Okay, yeah, okay, never mind. That's excessive. What the fuck? For a second, initially, I was like kind of going, okay, I don't know. That seems kind of reasonable because I was expecting you to be like at like an unreasonable amount of speeding, but 6 miles per hour, fucking really? That's like I can ride my bike that fast. Man, that officer must have had something up their butt that day. What do you mean? That was not the real... Oh, in Florida. Yeah. Well... Gosh, that sucks, dude. Like, don't get me... Like, I'm, like, very, 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 very... generally on the side of the person issuing the ticket, not the person getting ticketed. Because I walk everywhere, right? So I'm a full-time pedestrian. And the number of times I've almost been hit by people for just being fuckwads on the road has given me very, very, very little sympathy for people who drive and get ticketed. A vast majority of the time. But that's just fucking ridiculous. Like, genuinely, that's ridiculous. Saw a person playing Empyrean today with my name? Wait, what? Like, like, in-game or streaming? Phineas Cage? That's weird. Did you ask? Because there is one other person on Steam with the same username as me. Or there was, anyway. I haven't looked in ages. That's kind of funny. I wonder how old their account is. Actually, like, did you look at their Steam profile? Because I wonder if it's the one other person with the same name as me. Check later tonight when you get on. That's weird. Oh, hey, that one actually, never mind. There's 3 now. There's one person with a black icon, and then there's the one that I'm thinking, which I'm not going to click on, which is definitely just like a picture of a lady's ass, which has been there for forever. And then there's one other person. But it's funny, though, because I've played him, period. Not in a very long time, but I have. Thought it was rather boring. Me? Yeah, I've slept. I slept for like 6 hours last night. I didn't get the best sleep ever, but I did sleep. And the night before I slept for 7. So out of the, because I streamed for what, 46 hours, and I on the first stream, and I've streamed since then for another 10. Today I've actually been streaming for about 9. And in the since Sunday, I've slept for about maybe 11 hours, 12 hours. Sleep is for the WEEK, not for the weekend, just the weekend, just the week. No, sleep is for the intelligent because it heals your brain and allows your brain to re-internalize everything that it's learned so that you actually remember shit. So no, sleep is for the intelligent. And if you say sleep is for the weak, unironically, I hate to break it to you, but I feel bad for your brain. If you say it ironically, then yeah, I agree. No, do sleep because your brain processes it. Doing other things, but you heard picture of ladies. It's like, huh? I'm listening. Ears perked up. It's like when a dog hears their name. You know what I mean? I was like, huh? Me? What? How do you make offices in tuned only assigned space without the door? How do you make offices in tombs only assigned space? What do you mean by only assigned space? You mean like click and drag multiple? You can't without a door. Like, it needs to be an enclosed room. So either needs stairs from the bottom going down or something to the equivalent. So I'm, like, for these bedrooms that I'm building right here. I'm using these stairs. But, like, it needs to be an enclosed room for the game to recognize it, to be able to click and drag and do multiple at once. In a few days, what's up? That's odd. Oh, actually, hold on. Did you re-up your sub for 3 months? Valleys. Because, like, if you add it on to your sub for 3 months, it'll give you the notification at that point. And assuming you've been charged, it'll continue it when it ends. So it shouldn't run out at the end. So assuming you've been charged, and the charge has gone through, what should happen is it'll give you the notification right when you get the charge, but you're still credited for the initial sub if you upgraded it. You haven't checked if you're charged? I would check if you're charged. And then if it doesn't re-up at that point, then yeah, you need to open a ticket with Twitch staff. But generally, like, Twitch subscription stuff is clunky and weird because, like all of Twitch, it's a website from 2009 that has been stapled together for the last decade. But it generally works.
This resub thing has been here for like half a month. Guess now is a good time for it.
Yeah, you saved it for the proper time. You can also just, like, if you don't want the notification to go off normally, you can just pop it when I'm offline. But thank you for keeping that sub alive for a third month. You hear this as praise for staples? Hey man, staples are great as both a comedic element in film and also useful for holding paper to a wall. And for fixing pants when they get holes in them. Staples are useful. And as a first aid device in survival horror zombie video games. It might actually be a I can't remember what game it was, but I remember playing some first person shooter where a guy just grabs a staple gun and goes doot, 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 on a cut. I can't remember what it was though. It was one of the Call of Duty games. This is actually, when I say things are held together with staples, by the way, it's because I used to build haunted houses every year with my dad as part of a charity event. Like, my local town had this big old community haunted house, and you could, like, rent a space and raise money for charity. And me and my sports team that I was in at the time, we would always build a room in the haunted house. And the joke always was it was held together with zap straps and duct tape and staples. So it's just, like, stuck in my vocabulary ever since. Whenever something is, like, rickety and about to fall apart, I always just referred to it as held together with zap straps and duct tape and staples. Nerds Half-Life. Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to today? What were you playing? Jack, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Yeah, that checks out, Knob. That certainly checks out. What's up, dude? How was your stream, man? Well, very fusty. All right, let's get these last few beds placed. Apparently I have to make some beds. Make bed 10. 13 of them went up. You know, I know it's like one of the biggest games and most popular games in the world. I keep forgetting that CSGO exists. Like, genuinely, and the only time I remember that it exists is when there's some sort of controversy about it. Like, something to do with gambling, or, like, somebody died, or something. Like, something negative happens with it. Is the only time that I actually remember that that game exists. Counter-Strike 2? We mean Counter-Strike Go 2. A better video game? What? Did the seal get tamed? No, not initially when I looked at it. But we do have more of them. Nope. Nope. And no, it didn't. They've all been trained. Or the one got trained, but no, none of them are tame. So, no. Your faction must just already have had knowledge of how to train them. Also, okay. I'm going to jump to the adults. It's time to geld some elephant seals. I mean, isn't it basically Dota 3 by this point? Like, in all seriousness? I'm pretty sure we've made it to that point. CSGO is responsible for 90% of your Steam library. So either you mean mods or gambling skins. I'm afraid to ask which. Neither. Buying and selling skins? I don't know. I kind of hate that game. Hate what they did to it. Okay, so, yeah, the gambling then. Not you yourself gambling, but taking part in that ecosystem. I really like Source. Source was peak CSGO for me. Although I didn't play enough 1.6. Source was peak for me. Totally not a waste. I have about $200 in Steam trading cards sitting in my inventory. Although I recently listed one because I searched by most valuable and noticed that it was worth $45. And I was like, huh. So I listed it. Oh, I'm sure it's changed a lot. Mostly for the worst. I don't care about the gameplay of it. Really, in particular. It's the whole economy that's under the hood that I don't like. Was it for an discontinued game? Nope. It's a very low selling game. Nobody's bought it yet, though, so. Yeah, I mean, the trash. The part where they ruined the part where it's a video game. Yeah, that shit sucks. It's one of the worst business models in video games, period. Okay. It's also immoral and bullshit. Awful. Kind of gross. And I fucking hate it. So, sure, people love it. People also love casinos. You know what I also don't like? Casinos. It's the thing that killed Counter-Strike for me. Although my own eyes would have killed Counter-Strike for me in due time anyway. But, yeah, no, that game killed Counter-Strike. It's great that people love it and people still play it, but it's also a fucking dead game as far as I'm concerned. If you buy a skin, you don't lose your money. You know what you sound like saying that? Somebody who is in favor of NFTs. You know what I also don't like? NFTs. You know what would make the game better? If it had no skins at all. And it had mods instead that are free. It's not like Valve needs the fucking money. Come on. The fuck? No hate NFTs? Oh, I hate NFTs. Yeah. I don't particularly like Valve. I don't disagree with you on that. But they killed my favorite shooter of all time. I just refuse to take part in games with trashy business models like that. I also don't play any of Riot's games. Doesn't matter if they're both worse. The only people who I know who like NFTs are people who profit from them. Generally, the same take as people who, the only people who like MLM schemes are people who profit from them. The only people who like scam artists are people who profit from them. You just said you did, though, Loopsnick. Some migrants have arrived despite the crabs. Well, that's good. Who fucking cares about TF2? Not me. Like, it doesn't matter if a game has a big player count. What matters is the game still moral and fun to play? If no, then who fucking cares? I sure as hell don't. Then why did you just say no hate on NFTs, Lubesnick? Because, like, you literally just said no hate on NFTs. Okay. But you like the exact same principle for Counter-Strike. So what is it then? Well, you missed the comma then. Or that, or I missed the comma. No, they don't. Skins used to be an unlockable, a thing that you earned for being good at a game, or spending time playing a video game. Skins used to be a thing that you could make for free and share with your friends. Skins have absolutely no value in a video game. The only thing that has value in a video game is the entertainment of a video game. And if something removes entertainment from the video game, i.e. the joy and reward of unlocking a free addition to a game that you've spent time in, if it attaches value to that thing, what's the point of buying it or playing it? Now suddenly you've removed the video game part of the game and you've replaced it with a marketplace, thus monetizing it. So you're monetizing something that used to be free. Ideally, you agree with me, but then here's the thing. You keep saying that you agree with me and then disagreeing with me, so you don't agree with me. You really don't. If you agreed with me, you wouldn't be saying half the shit that you're saying. That's fine. And also, that's not true. There absolutely are current games that you can go play that don't do that. The best of the worst? Oh boy. Prediction for the next F1 race? Red Bull 1-2. And I'll take a nap. I don't know. Actually, what track is it? I've been streaming for too long. So you think that being able to resell an item that has no value whatsoever is a benefit to an item? You genuinely believe that? Like, that is a benefit to you, being able to sell something that you should have for free at no cost. If you genuinely think that, end this conversation, because we're just going to sit here and argue in circles forever and annoy everybody involved in listening to this stream. Or I could just ban you and then my life will improve slightly if you keep arguing. So my opinion on Space Station 13 requires too many people to play. I have a hard time playing it because it requires too much reading in multiple places. So it's a difficult game for me to play. I like it in theory. No, they don't. Because they're not benefiting you aside from putting an arbitrary marketplace into a place that shouldn't have a marketplace. So if you take something that has no value, force people to pay money for it, and then say it has value, it still doesn't have value. Right? Money has no value. We arbitrarily give it value because we have to give it value to exist in a capitalist society. Money has no value. Skins have no value. There's something that used to be given to you as a reward for enjoying a video game. Anyway, I'm so tired of this conversation. You want to keep it going for some reason, so I'm just going to do this. Make us all have a better day. Go play CSGO. All right. Ooh, shit. The Cobalt Doctrine now has many worshippers in Waterlungs and now requires a temple and a priest. All right. And the heckler was banned, and there was much rejoicing. No, I just ended it. I must make blind happy? The spice must flow. Generally. Capitalism ho, motherfuckers. Don't support shitty business models. Don't argue in favor of shitty business models. Just because every company does it doesn't make it acceptable. Just because everybody thinks it's acceptable doesn't mean you need to agree with that system. Just don't play the games. There's plenty of source mods out there that still have player bases that have no monetary-based progression systems. Plenty of mods out there that exist that have no monetary-based progression systems. There's plenty of games out there that have no monetary-based progression systems that insist that they are adding value to the product by making you pay for it and giving you the option to sell it, thus removing the entertainment and joy of getting a cool reward for achieving a thing in a thing and replacing it with, congrats, you have $50. Fucking hate this industry. Goddamn disgusting. All right, now that I've said that, I don't actually care if that person heard that. I'm gonna buy some anvils. Thank you, humans. Fuck this industry and its fucking hunger for money. All right. Let's lock these dwarves inside. You know what's also kind of hysterical about that entire discussion too? Is I have 2 Portal tattoos. I really like Valve's games. But I really don't like Not enough food? Are you in a, okay, hold on. 2 things, Happies. Do you have an area like this? Or do you have an area like this? With like trees and plants growing? Trees? Are there plants growing? Doesn't matter what time of year it is. Are there like plants growing like this? Like if you mouse over it, you'll see like things like, I don't know, pecan leaves, rye leaves, that sort of stuff. Literally just click this button, click and drag. Everything that's almost everything that's selected is either edible or can be turned into cloth. Then how are you running out of food? Like, I've fed forts of like 250 dwarves for dozens of years. Like, all you need for a farm is a setup about this big. You need a farm, like, this is feeding all of these dwarves. Like, look at all this food. You need a seed stockpile next to your farm. That's just for food, seeds. You need to go into here and you need to remove barrels. Set it to pigtails, or make 2 next to each other. 1 for pigtails, 1 for plump helmets, because pigtails are only good summer and autumn. Winter, everything plump helmets. And then just queue up a brewing job constantly. You'll have enough plump helmets and pigtails for everything. I mean, I'm also making pigtails into paper, and I'm also making pigtails into cloth. I mean, like, these like all this. I mean, even then, with a bunch of guests in your tavern. I mean, that will hurt. So at that point, then you'll need to focus more on farming, and you need about 2 to 3 times the size of this. But even then, still, just make sure you have plenty of dwarves. Like, in my opinion, it's almost impossible to die of food, even if you have the maximum possible number of guests, which is like 100. First barony? Hell yeah. I mean, that's better than most people used to do on the older versions. Well done, dude. Also, it ain't truly a blind stream unless he gets really cranky at somebody in chat once. So now that we've done that, we're good to go. Also, I think that might actually be the first person I've banned permanently since the start of this marathon. So that's pretty good. Trained. Sweet. Let's make sure that they're all assigned to trainers. Any. I've got a YouTube video explaining the justice system if you just want it in a video. Under tutorials. I mean, like, what explanation do you need? I mean, the only when you actually... Militia captains are just... They captain up squads, so you have to assign it assigns a militia captain every time you start a squad in this screen. The bookkeeper counts the stuff in your inventory, but they need an office assigned. The broker does trading. The chief medical dwarf runs your hospital. The manager allows you access to the manager's screen. The militia commander, like I said, runs your squads. The captain of the guard is your cop and is the justice system. Your mayor acts like a therapist and makes demands and needs an office. They also talk with diplomats that come by for trading. And barons and kings are basically like more expensive, higher maintenance versions of the mayor. And they can't be elected out. I made one. It's on libraries and books. It's on the YouTube channel right now. Came out a little over a week ago. No problem, dude. Well, he was claiming he didn't like NFTs, but was then sitting there defending exactly the same talking points about NFTs, but with CSGO skins. And was using basically like the lesser of two evils arguments, and it's like, oh my god. I don't think it was trolling. I think the person was being genuine, but I've streamed enough hours in the last 3 days that I really don't care if they're being genuine or not. If I don't want you talking in my chat, I'm a little cranky. And admittedly, if you value being here and you can tell I'm getting angry or mildly annoyed, you'll probably shut up. If you don't shut up, I apologize if your forehead turns into a pile of pulp. It's not my fault. You put it on the table and put a hammer on it. I just had to hit. It's right there. I have the button. It says ban, and sometimes it's just fun to push it. I'm sorry. Like it's right there. This is your first time in the channel, from what I can tell, and you're not actually benefiting or adding to the conversation. You're just making arguments out for the sake of arguing, and I'm sleepy, so fuck you. It's like, sure, yeah, maybe overkill. Maybe I'm being mean. Maybe I'm a big meanie. But you know what? Get fucked. Don't care. Moving on. Next cadavers.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mambo number 5.
Ah.
A little of Monica in my life. Musical note.
Naturally. Thank you very much for that dollar. And you know, some people don't like my way of streaming, and you know what? That's totally fine. The benefit is if you don't like the way I talk and and if you disagree with the opinions that I have, that's fine. Don't argue, because you're not going to change mine unless you actually have good arguments. Most people don't. All that's going to happen is you're going to annoy me, and when you annoy me, it's suddenly going to be very difficult for you to speak with a ban. I don't know about that, Gimli. You can tease and annoy, and that's fun too. But arguing for the sake of arguing is just fucking exhausting. I really want to deconstruct and reconstruct all of these. Through an aquifer? Not the way that you're thinking, but the way I do it is if they're digging, right? Like, let's just say this is an aquifer, right? They're they're mining through, and then they hit the water and they, let's say, pause it right there, and you still have more mining right here, right? Designate this. They've mined out all of this. Whoops. They've mined out all of this, and they canceled right here. You remind it, then go back to the mining tool, click this, and then just hold down on the next one, and they will just keep mining. But it will eventually flood, so you have to be kind of careful. Also, that simple redeemed a dwarf in the middle of that. So that's simple. What kind of dwarf would you like? Sorry, I was too busy yelling. I owe you a dwarf, though. My apologies, dude. Performer or tavern keeper? I could do either, but I'd have to assign one. Beard or no beard? Although I kind of would prefer performer over tavern keeper. I don't really want dwarves randomly drowning. Also, which tavern? This tavern over here, which kind of goes this way and kind of has like this open plan design. Or this tavern, the one by the central staircase, which is a little smaller, a bit more compact, which I'm kind of planning on expanding onto here pretty soon. So smaller tavern or bigger tavern? Yeah, they do, but it's not their priority. Okay, well, I'll put you on this one because this one doesn't have a performer yet. Oh, never mind. That one does have the performer. So let's go over to... Wait, are they both designated as the same one? No, they're not. Okay. An adept singer and expert musician. Okay. I'm going to give you my bookkeeper, who's apparently a grandmaster musician and a grandmaster singer. So you get to be Lorbam, my bookkeeper. Also, how long have you been in this fort? Okay, so you've been in this fort since 253. We started in 250 and it's 269 now. So you've got a lot of thoughts. I can't even remember who the starting 7 were, so you'd have to go back and check. All right. Many thoughts. She is always in love with somebody, no matter, and easily develops positive feelings. She is easily inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. She does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, and finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and truly treasures the company of others. And she finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. She is conflicted by this, and she values harmony as an intellectual concept, and she is stingy with her resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. She rarely is jealous, and she is bashful. She can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and she is quick to anger. She has a calm demeanor, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And she is a friendly individual, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she finds this troubling, since she values perseverance, and she prefers to present herself modestly, and she is curious and eager to learn and can handle stress. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. And she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not really care about anything anymore. She dreams of mastering a skill. And she personally believes perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. And she views any show of emotion as offensive, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and views decorum as a high ideal, and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Values honesty and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Sounds like a good way to get banned on Twitter. Yeah. I want to see this clip. I apologize if your forehead turns into a pile of pulp. I apologize if your forehead turns into a pile of pulp. It's not my fault. You put it on the table and put a hammer on it. I just had to hit. It's right there. I have the button. It says ban, and sometimes it's just fun to push it. Okay, that might turn into a YouTube short. It says ban. It's just fun to push it. Sometimes I laugh at my own sense of humor. Potato King, the king of taters, of the great guild of potatoes. How you been? Thanks for the 30 months. We actually have like a little army of potatoes in this chat at this point. We have Potato King. We have Sentient Potato. It ends with no remember. Yeah, well. We have Tater Tot. The Taters Assembly. The Taters could almost form a... There might actually be enough Taters in this chat now that we could have a Tater Union. We could almost have a union of potatoes. No, really. Oh, wait. I thought you were telling me that it was a reference to Snow White. Of course it's a reference to Snow White. Absolutely it was a reference to Snow White. All right, let's finish reading this dwarf's thoughts. All right. Personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have, and use any of it. Okay, the part that I forgot was this part. The description. She was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. She has a very narrow chin, and her slightly rounded brass eyes are bulging. She has a grating, raspy voice, and her hair is clean shaven. And her slightly hooked nose is short, and her hair is taupe gray, and her skin is cinnamon. And we have a dwarf who's sitting here injured. What do you need? And mobilization needs traction, so splints. The potatoes and hobos will start demanding guild halls in the chat. I mean, if there was actually like enough people with a similar username that committed to the bit so hard that they demanded a guild hall on Discord, I might actually make them a private chat. The thing is, I don't know if any of them actually know each other well enough to genuinely make a bit out of it and demand that, so I fear that it's probably just a bit and nothing else. Okay. Dwarf's gone mad, apparently. So I have to make a temple. And I'm going to put it over here. Which I'm definitely not going to get in time, most likely. But I will try. Temple to the greatest potato? No, to that religion that just demanded a religion that I'm kind of trying to rack my brain right now and remember which religion it was. I'm sure I'll remember when I actually look at the thing, but... And then there was me yesterday eating a baked potato and half of chat's like, sad face, not me! Although today I'm eating pasta, so, you know. Spring break is next week, yep. Which means I don't have to do anything for my parents this week, which is kind of nice. My parents own a school for little kids, and very, very part-time I go over there and clean it for them. Because I'm technically a, like, licensed contract cleaner. So it's just 1 day a week. Although, much to my mom's dismay, I've quit. I've given her my like half a year's notice. Like, next year you gotta hire somebody else to do this. Because I need to reclaim my Sundays as an actual day off. Potato-based pasta? No. Wheat-based pasta. Well, that reminds me of that onion bit. The how to bake a potato so well that it falls off the bone. Does anybody remember that onion bit? Where she just like it's actually like a pretty good like how to make ribs recipe, except she's doing it all with a baked potato, and then at the end she picks up the potato and eats it, and there's a bone inside of it. It actually falls off of a bone. Okay, but what are their nicknames? Because I'm sure I nicknamed them all. But I don't know, man. Ask me that tomorrow if I got a better night's sleep. There is a forgotten beast named Milima That has come. An enormous humanoid composed of vomit. It has large mandibles. Why do I really want to just tweet this out with Twitter's CEO! Exclamation point. It has large mandibles and a bloated body. Beware, it's deadly to spittle. That's kind of a gross one. Vomit lad. Probably gonna die to a jabber if I had to guess. Oh no, a vomit man, pretty much. Vomit person? There's one of these opening up near your work. Oh no. Who will win? Vomit man or very upset zombie jabber? Well, they seem to be kind of neutral. Assuming it's not mangled, yeah. Hey, Redbug. You're still alive, still in a box. This is a human made of puke. What's up, trains? I have to say this every time you tune in, but I like trains. Puke Boy can climb. I don't know. Maybe it can't be reanimated. I've never tried. I would assume it could, but might not be able to. Because it's a forgotten beast. Forgotten beasts are random creature type plus random material plus random extra attributes plus random ability equals creature that is spawned into your world, a unique one, at the beginning of every world gen. And each world is populated with them. And then you have a chance to run into the ones that are in the general vicinity of your world, and as your wealth and value goes up, more and more of them become aware of your existence, and then they slowly come through and migrate around the world to attack you. Each world has a limited number of them, and they're all unique. So they're kind of like the old gods or something like that. It's like a Belrog, basically. We're just trying to improve general mood of the dwarves, and it is improving, which is good. Am I an emperor now? Man, I got several ranks today. Gotta start somewhere, Milliard. Like I said, number one, I don't really want to, is like the thing that actually matters in all of this. But I'll look tomorrow when I'm like less sleepy. Because currently I'm just really sleepy and I don't feel like squinting and eyeballing my way through a menu of dwarves more than I already have to whenever you guys want me to name somebody. Apologies, but it's been a long 3 days. Yeah, it's mostly just I don't really want to right now. I'd rather just kind of build stuff. Maybe go play Phantom Brigade in a bit. "11 hours and 20 minutes since 7 a.m. this morning, but the VOD that was right before it was live for 46 hours. So in the... Okay, actually, hold on. I can tell you how many hours in the last 2 days I've streamed because I can just go look. You promised not to raise the timer anymore. No, it's fine. You can. I need to sleep better tonight is the main thing. I just need to sleep better tonight. Because I slept like absolute shit last night. How many hours have I streamed? Okay, so Sunday I streamed for 14 hours and 59 minutes, 24 hours on Monday, and we're up to 17 hours today. So 14 plus 17 plus 24. How many hours I've streamed since Sunday. Absolutely not. Knob. Where you edit a mech out of a piece of content? Not sure I understand what you're saying. I guess so. But, like, I can't say I've ever edited a mech into a piece of content. Let's see, are those humans gone yet? Yep, okay. I'm gonna close this door. No, when I'm sleeping, I just put up an AFK screen, essentially, and put a VOD on screen. And just go to bed. There's parts of my life that I'm not willing to share with you, and me sleeping is one of them. Now it's pre-year. Why don't you, get it from the Swedish Public Library, then? Let's get an older version. That or, what is the name of that website? Something just died, I think. Nope. Ah, this is what I'm looking for. Work at a state university? Oh, that sucks. That's one of my favorite websites on earth. Literally one of the best websites I've ever seen. It's just a big old database of just like, this is an alternative to this. This is an alternative to this. This is an alternative to this. All free and open source. Pretty great. Big fan, even. Because, like, you know, sometimes you'll just be like, man, I don't, like, sometimes open source like software is, like, weirdly difficult to find. especially in like normal people internet. But open source alternative is the best. It's also got like a really creative URL because it's open source alternative 2. It's like, what's this an open source alternative to? It's real good. I like it. It's a good website. Opinion on OpenAI shenanigans? I genuinely, I really don't care. I think it's I think ChatGPT is a stupid toy. I think that the open source art stuff is kind of gross that people are trying to sell it. If you want to make have open source art, you should commission everybody to commit to make the art for the open source art project. That's like the only way in my mind that it will ever be like ethical. I think it's ethically fucked. I think ChatGPT is way dumber than people give it credit for. It's very easy to break it if you kind of know what you're doing with a computer. But at the same time, it's also kind of terrifying and improving rapidly. So I don't know. Ask me again in like 5 years. At this point, it's just a tool like anything else. It's useful for finding references, kind of useless for almost anything else. So I don't know. At best it makes me feel kind of gross. At worst, I don't care. I'll tell you this, I certainly feel better about it than Web3. Not that that's really a conversation that anybody's having, but I certainly feel better about all the OpenAI stuff than the Web3 stuff. Like if I were to choose an evil here right about now, what is Web3? Crypto and NFTs. Blockchain technology. If I were to choose buzzwords that I get less mad at, it would definitely be OpenAI stuff. But I feel like a lot of programmers feel about the same about AI as I do about roguelikes, in that everybody's just like completely miswording and representing things. Ironically, I use cryptocurrency. I, as of now, have to pay my artist in crypto. Thanks to Russia being a stupid fucking country. You're gonna go back to pretending to sleep? Good luck. Alrighty, nerds. You too. We'll see you when we see you. So do you remember how earlier we had that brief argument with that person in chat who was arguing about how CSGO skins are great? Frank? What's funny is I completely agree with the thing that you just said. It's like blockchain tech and cryptocurrency, in theory, are very, very, very interesting, useful technologies. But people just have the biggest goddamn murder boner for making everything into profit, right? Like an example of this is like, the metaverse is a neat idea, right? And in practice, if done well, can be really, really fucking cool. Hear me out for a second. Don't just write me off for what I'm saying. Could be really fucking cool. An example is VR chat is really fucking cool. And in practical terms, it's a metaverse. But when you build your entire project on, we're going to make as much fucking money as possible, it completely guts it and turns it into a soulless piss take. Completely. And there's no value left in it because you've already milked all the value out of it. It exists. It's not a metaverse if I'm not making all the money. I don't like your country, so I'm going to make my own virtual country and tax people in it instead. Is Mark Zuckerberg, probably. So, yeah, I don't know. But like I said, like you can tip me in cryptocurrency because I use this stuff, right? It has benefits. It has uses. We need alternatives to things. But the way that it's marketed, the way that it's sold to people, the way it's explained to people, and the way it's used largely, don't even get me started on blockchain-based games. It's just, for lack of a better term, fucking disgusting, predatory, gross, bad. Trying to think of other words to use. You know, I had this argument with somebody in chat before Dwarf Fortress released, right? And this was a person that was saying that Dwarf Fortress is going to fail because there's still a free version. And that the only way that Dwarf Fortress will succeed is if they remove the free version from the website, privatize the archives, and sell DLC. They said that Dwarf Fortress will fail because it will release, and a bunch of people will buy it. They'll make a lot of money. The development will be too slow. Reviews will go super negative, and people will slowly get really, really mad at it. And then eventually, the developers will be bullied into hiring up, and they'll run out of money. Right? Oh, you mean the Folding Ideas video? Yeah. Folding Ideas is also... Foldable Human is a Dwarf Fortress person, too. By the way. He streams Dwarf Fortress. And, like, was on one of Kit Fox's streams. Anyway. He's also got a bunch of credits on the DF Wiki. Like, he's a longtime DF guy. So, my argument against that person is not everything needs to be a marketable product. You can sell something that isn't a marketable product. Dwarf Fortress isn't a marketable product, and it doesn't need to be. And the reason it's beautiful is because it isn't, right? Dwarf Fortress doesn't fit with the normal... Oh, man, Telenartho's depressed. Dwarf Fortress doesn't fit with the normal rules of how you sell a product to people. It, in many ways, is actually the polar fucking opposite of it. Dwarf Fortress is built as a weird art project, right? It's two brothers' art project. And if you change it from that, even if it's more profitable, and even if in the long term it makes them more money if they hire up and sell DLCs and get rid of the free version, even if they did that, it's no longer that thing that it was originally, which completely guts the soul of the product. And in capitalism, you are completely benefited by gutting the soul out of a project to slowly increase the revenue from it. Indefinitely. Until the project crumples under its own weight and ceases to exist, or alternatively gets bought. And then somebody else monetizes it in a completely different way, or fires everybody and repurposes it, or gets rid of it, kills it. And for me, I think that one of the reasons I feel so okay about supporting this game and continuing to support this game and work with this game is because it's not a marketable product. Products like this need marketing. I'm marketing. There's a need there. It needs marketing. They're not really getting it from their publisher. I like Kit Fox. They do good work, but Dwarf Fortress is no longer the focus. It's out. It's a known quantity. It doesn't need that in particular. Let's do 40 copper grates. I'm making a better sand farm, by the way, if anyone's wondering what I'm building. Like, I am part of the marketing for this game, right? Good night, chat, not blind. We'll see you when we see you, Seth. Be on tomorrow, whether I like it or not. Also, hey, Gom. The problem with NFTs and the problem with Web3 and the problem with metaverse and over-marketing of things is it takes everything that could be a neat, obscure art project, like somebody's furry avatar, some 3D space built for VR chat, or somebody's, I don't know, unique, interesting idea, and it turns it from that piece of art that they were making, that neat idea, and turns it into a marketable, sellable item. The reason art is interesting is because generally art exists because somebody just wanted to make it. Or alternatively, somebody gave somebody money so that they can make their art, right? Then the art exists, and then it can go out into the world and exist. And if it's on the internet, then it can be shared around freely, right? So the traditional art market doesn't work so well for a virtual space because somebody can just screenshot and copy it. But that's also kind of beautiful, and that's what gave the internet value in the early days of the internet, is that everything was free and open. Anybody can have access to anything. Information is free and open. Art is free and open. Largely, video games or toys are cheap and accessible. But the reason I push back so much against the modern Web3 stuff, this has turned into a completely unrelated rant. The reason I push back so much on the Web3 stuff and the over-marketing of things and the over-monetization of things is it removes the soul from what was once a... I'm sorry, what the fuck? There's a were-antelope on the map that I can't see yet because my fortress is locked. The reason I can't get down with that is it removes all of the soul. It removes the reason for the thing to exist in the first place, and it goes from being a neat thing that exists because somebody wanted to make it and turns it into a thing that exists because somebody goes, I can make all of the money if I make this. And that's just gross, and I hate that. Put a pillar down here because there's a were-antelope on the surface. Bedtime. Thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. Yeah, it killed a little penguin. Interesting. It wasn't a username, it was a demand. I don't know. I still need to eat dinner. I can't go to bed yet. I have to go to bed around 10 p.m. because I have to take my meds at the same time. Where Anteater? Integer Devourer. What kind of dwarf would you like? I think your dwarf died. Well, I mean, you know the video game High on Life? Regardless of, like, that game's studio's founder, like, being apparently a horrible person and being in, like, maybe going to prison, they have AI art in that game. They just generated a bunch of assets for, like, the end of that game. There's just AI art just in that game. It's kind of strange to me. You just take your meds at random intervals. I guess you're not on insulin then. I mean, if you just want to be this hill titan, I could do that, but although I think I have to make it the role. Integer Devourer, you only have a personality reading. is impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy, and dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them. He is not careful with resources when working on projects and often spends unnecessary effort. He is extremely confident of himself in situations requiring his skills, and he tends to hang on to grievances, and he often feels discouraged. He has little interest in joking around, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He has a calm demeanor, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He could be considered rude, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And then under description, he's a towering humanoid, composed of coral. It has a regal bearing. Beware its webs. I see. I see what you did there. I think that stable diffusion is a really interesting science experiment and neat toy. That's about it. Still going? Yep, still going. Because of incredibly generous people throwing way too many bits and tips at the stream. Way too many subs. We're still going. Next person to drop at least 10 bits gets a dwarf, according to True Freak. All right. So is it Pigfinite? All right. Chat, what kind of dwarf is Pigfinite getting? Literally have everything I need. Hold on. I've just realized I've got 2 dwarves in here still. I thought I fixed their problem, but... there are no pigs in this fort. We do, however, have crabs and giant sea lion, and giant elephant seals, though. Speaking of, I need to make sure all the elephant seals are getting trained. Also, we have domesticated elephant seals now. Which is pretty crazy, actually, when you think about it. Yeah, we have no pigs. No pigs in the fort. So currently, yeah, just wolves and things. But I also don't have any of them really available as pets. V and C need to be, what's the word? V and C need to be capitalized. We also have this. Crablin. Also, I do have an animal dissector. That's the closest thing I have to like an animal trainer. Got some jewelers. A lot of miners. A lot of various other things. You have a second choice though? Bigfinite? Maybe a jeweler? Sure, after I name this. Dude, person. Also not finishing that temple today. Crypt Mug plug when? When am I gonna plug Crypt Mug? I am. Go buy my merch. Bigfinite is interested only in facts and the real world. He doesn't stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise. He is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger and perhaps a bit foolhardily. He seeks exciting and adventurous situations, and he loves it here because of that. He would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight, and is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and is curious and eager to learn. He this is like the perfect military dwarf, especially if he dreams of mastering a skill. He has a calm demeanor, and he doesn't handle stress well. Okay, never mind. He tends to ask for help with difficult decisions. I mean, he still could deal with it. He often tells pointless stories when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally places cooperation as one of the highest ideals and doesn't really value merrymaking. He likes cert, wax, zinc, wax opal, and giant toad leather. Yeah, would be great in the military. Picks and rings and gigantic pandas for their lazy nature and the sound of the lazy phrases, and when possible prefers to consume elk and rye beer, and he absolutely hates snails. He has a very long beard. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His medium-length hair is arranged in double braids. And he has a narrow chin, and he has a hooked nose that is extraordinarily broad. His protruding round gold eyes are close set. His hair is chocolate, and his skin is dark peach. And his upper right teeth is gone. Good jeweler. This fortress, mostly on one level. We're doing some dumb shenanigans with the ocean up here. We're working on it. Down a little ways. Well, this layer is just like I'm working on slowly. We have a wolf pen up here, and there's some traps, nothing fancy. We're using an aquifer to farm a little river here. And the aqua flows down and does a few things. It flows down into this and populates this little brook that flows throughout the fort. You have a little tree farm down here. And the aquifer kind of goes almost everywhere. We have a little water supply there in bedrooms, and then we have temples and a tomb for a royal who died, and then workshops and other workshops. And then up here we have more guild halls and a temple, and then an arena for fighting zombies when I feel brave, training spots, more temples, more guild halls, prison, and tombs, a library, and more guild halls, a tavern, a second tavern, and then in the center is a staircase that goes down, as well as like just up here we have many minecart rails and lots of power kind of going around. If we go down a little bit, this is where all the power is coming from, and we can go down, watch the pump stack as it goes down, 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 down. How did I come about such a unique layout? I just start placing walls and buildings. There is no planning to it. If you plan, you won't get unique, and if you care about symmetry, you also won't get it. A cat's been dead and has been missing for a week. Strange. And then down here is like a little forge where we were making glass a little while ago, but I need to move it up into the fort, just like I did with my metalsmith's industry in the middle here. Yeah. I don't know. This is how I build forts. Just place stuff. Mug plug does not equal butt plug. How did you get butt plug out of mug plug? And I don't think I could. Well, actually, I probably could sell branded butt plugs, but I think Twitch might complain if I were to do something like that. It's one of your favorite forts. This is a really cool fort. I've been real happy with how it turned out. No, I mean, like, I started by, like, I mean, you can go watch all the VODs. I started by digging around, like, kind of a circular thing like this. I dug out this. I dug around that. Kind of dug out, like, a little circle here. Dug this out. Built the hospital. Built the tavern. Dug down here. Built that. And then dug around here. And then just, like, slowly continued digging and, like, filling stuff in. And just kind of at random angles and weird shapes. And I don't care too much. Like I said, I don't care about symmetry. And I don't worry about... I wonder if I can forbid the box. I don't care too much about symmetry, and I don't worry too much about location of things, and we just build shit. And I'm taming giant elephant seals. For time lapse would be very nice. Not to be mean, but it's literally never going to happen. Because, like, the only footage of this fort that I have is my POV, and that wouldn't make for a good fort time lapse. It would require a lot of cutting and a lot of editing time, and no, I'm not going to do that. I would have to download like tens and if not hundreds of gigabytes of video. And rendering that would probably take quite a long time on my computer. Even though I have a pretty good computer. Rendering time lapses takes forever. No, I'm not going to do that. Time lapse of the minimap? Well, I mean, it's the same rendering issue. Also, it would just be going up and down constantly, so you wouldn't be able to see anything. So, no, I'm not going to do that. It's a neat idea, but... Alright. I hate it. Nearest McJerby. That's all I have to say. Same with you, Suited. It's time for you two to go to bed. It's enough. Bad. You know, we're actually at a calm point. Maybe it's time to go play some Phantom Brigade. What do you think, chat? The thing is, you know, it is actually kind of funny. I kind of do need some time added onto the timer. Otherwise, I'm only going to be able to sleep for like 4 hours. I'm going to need to wake up and turn what's the word? Turn the stream off. Because if I go for like, I don't know, even another 2 more hours. Mind playing a different game? Have you never watched my stream before? Okay, well, only twice. All right, well, that's not exactly a very big test pool. I mean, here's a pro tip. If you go to my Twitch channel, right, and you click on the icon of the Twitch channel, you scroll down, it'll say what other games I've streamed. Dwarf Fortress, I've streamed Phantom Brigade, I've streamed Warsim, I've streamed System Shock, Caves of Cud, and Cheese Runner, all in the last 30 days, in fact. It'll also show you my teammates and friends. So, yes, I do in fact stream other games. That are not Dwarf Fortress. It's either that or I just go into just chatting. We just kind of hang out for a chunk of time till maybe 9, and then I just go to bed. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do we just hang out and listen to records for a bit? Oh, that's fair. Yeah. You guys want to just do records? Whatever's best for me. My brain's pretty mush. But I do need to make and eat dinner. and wait a bit. Then I go to bed early and wake up early while there's still time left on the timer. And we can do the morning stuff and whatever I don't want to do is going to suck. Yay, a little extra time.
A little
Thanks, Jeff.
extra time.
Cheers. All right. So now it's time, I guess, to say goodbye, YouTube. Then we can just ramble about NFTs and shit. And seriously, Giraffe, thank you very much for the $10. I'm gonna go make me a cup of tea, I think. I will say this, I don't normally do like just chatting streams and stuff. That is actually like out of character for me. You're off to bed, Crinkled? You have a good night. Although I will say, if you want to help the channel out, even if you are tuning out now, keep the tab up because the channel will be running all night while I sleep. So it'll still be up when you get back, whenever you wake up, or whenever you come back from wherever you're going. But at the same time, do what you want to do. Doesn't really matter to me, but of course is nice. Keep them numbers up. That's one of the weirdest things I've ever read. Dude, person, like, I'm not gonna lie, that's one of the most perplexing things I've ever seen. All right. If you kept your computer on, you'd totally do that. If you don't keep your computer on, turn it off. All right, hold on. I'm gonna go put a record on. After I do this. And that, and that.